I'm really getting bad at this. I was talking that whole time. What did I do? I didn't queue myself up on YouTube. Hey guys, what's going on YouTube? I'm so sorry. All right, big shout out to Crystal and Jeff Big Wrenches over here. What's going on? Jesse, Laura Lynn, Elliot, what's up? Train Fan. Hey, soul sister. Moonchild. Belladonna, what's going on, guys? Yes. And TikTok, you already heard me say hello to you guys. So I'm getting really bad about remembering to add myself to the stage. Like, I'm getting so bad about that. What's up, Skittles? I've been literally I was talking, I don't know, like what? I talked for almost 3 minutes. Before I unmuted myself over here, but that's okay. You guys still love me. It's all fine. Oh, thanks. Yeah. There's like 5 people that know what today's about because they were part of the team and or, um big shout out to you guys. You know who you are. Keep you under wraps. Sources, may I say. Guys, this is gonna be sick. I really just want to jump right into it. There's really, I mean, guys, this is gonna be awesome. Look, I just want to ask everybody again, how's everybody feeling? Because I'm trying to tell y'all, I don't think you're ready. I don't think you're ready. You could be ready. You might know what it is. You might know what it is. Yeah. So, yeah, Elliot, if you didn't know, actually, I'm actually a musician. Yeah, I actually do sing. All right, all right, all right. All right, guys. Yeah, you can check my music out. Oh, Laurelyn, thank you so much. You're amazing. Look at that. We're already starting. All right, guys. So first of all, let me put my disclaimer up, guys. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Whoa. Oh, cool. Nonprofit educational or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Blah blah blah. Anyway, guys, I'm so excited. All right, so let me put my comments back up so I can see. Well, I didn't turn them off. That's not what I did, guys. I mean, let me get my shit over here, right? All right, so I did some trickety trick things to make my life easier. Welcome in, everybody. All right. Y'all don't understand when I say you're not ready. All right, we're just gonna do this, and if I have enough time, we'll have enough time because I'm gonna go through it. We're not gonna sit here on a page for an hour. Excuse me. All right. I'll try to tell y'all ain't ready. All right. So I made this little guy. This is my friend. Say hello to my little friend. And TikTok won't have it. Shit, I didn't think about that. TikTok. What to do? Hold on, guys. I'm trying to think about something. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. All right. You know what? I guess if you guys screen record, it's whatever. I mean, it's Monday, so tomorrow is for everybody. But today, Bug has it today. All right, guys. Let me present my screen for you guys. I don't need sound on over there. All right. And then we'll make this big. All right. Guys, I cannot see I absolutely cannot see YouTube. So just want to let you guys know that I'm here. And let me just I'm here, and at this point, mods, you guys got to do your thing because I can't even see anything that's going on. So if you guys wouldn't mind watching out. Okay. All right, guys. So let's flip y'all around. Yes, Buggy! I did it. All right, guys. So the final diagnosis of the post-mortem examination of the sole holder of Claudine Blanchard. Investigation to date reports that Claudine Blanchard was found lying prone in her bed at her residence. Miss Claudine Blanchard was pronounced unalived at the scene at 3:13 p.m. on June 14th, 2015. Medical history of asthma, gastrophageal reflux disease. Sorry if I screw up some of these words. I have so much to read today. Thyroid disease, diabetes, headache, hyperlipidemia, and endometrial cancer. Medical history. Please take like note of words, okay, guys? Surgical history of hernia repair, appendectomy, tonsillectomy, hysterectomy, and cholecystectomy. I can't fucking say it right now, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm just like my brain is a million miles an hour. But look, Claudine for a very long time was a heavier woman. You know, not always, but as she definitely got older and was taking care, quote unquote, of Gypsy, you know, she just kind of did her thing. Autopsy findings of multiple stab wounds and multiple incised wounds Toxicology, non-contributory. All right. So, sorry guys, I'm moving around. It's my opinion that Claudine Blanchard, a 40-year-old white woman that was unalived or, well, taken away of injuries of the neck, back, chest, and abdomen due to multiple 17 um jab wounds and multiple incisive wounds. Her manner of unaliving is ruled a homicide. Okay, so there's some stuff that I want to point out to you guys. First of all, there's this number that follows me around, and I kid you the fuck not, it is 916. And somebody very, very close to me has this name in their name, and it's creepy. Okay, so and guys, we're literally just gonna go through it because look, yeah, what's going on, Kai? Listen, guys, what's going on? 333 and listen. I I'm doing my thing for you guys, so I'm gonna give a big shout out to the peeps, and you know who yous are. Thank you so much for this. All right, guys, if I botch some words or whatever, I have a lot to read. I was only able to read over it, like speed read over it a couple times, and it's just speed reading. All right, so on June 15th, 2015, at the Greene County Medical Examiner's Office in Springfield, Missouri, a post-mortem examination was performed on the casing of Claudine Blanchard, an adult female. The autopsy was performed under the authority of Missouri state law. The examination was conducted by medical examiner Jeff Harkey, MD, assisted by Tom Vandenberg of the medical examiner's office, and was begun at 12:50 p.m. History. Prior to her unaliving, Miss Claudine Blanchard had lived with her daughter in a residence in Springfield, Missouri. After their neighbors reported to the Greene County Sheriff's Office that both women were missing, a search warrant was obtained and deputies entered the Blanchard residence on June 14th, 2015. Miss Claudine Blanchard was found lying prone in her bed. There were obvious signs of unaliving. No resuscitation efforts were begun. Miss Claudine Blanchard was pronounced unalived at the scene at 3:13 p.m. on June 14th, 2015. The Greene County Medical Examiner's death investigator was called to the scene and reported that Claudine had incised wounds of the neck and multiple jab wounds of the back and torso. Medical records dated June 2nd, 2015 indicated that the descendant had a past medical history of asthma. She had gastro issues with reflux disease, which is why she would have had her well, let's just keep going. Thyroid disease, diabetes, headache, hyperlipidemia, and endometrial cancer. She had a surgical history of hernia repair, appendectomy, tonsillectomy, hysterectomy, and some cholecystectomy. There we go. Her prescription medications were not listed in the medical record. It was reported that medications at the scene were collected by the Greene County Sheriff's Office. You got a concussion? Bro, I be having way too many concussions. Let me just tell you something. I'm gonna check the really quickly. I'm gonna turn the camera around for you guys. So every couple pages I'm gonna read. I'm gonna have a conversation with you guys, see what you guys are all saying. A V for Victor, yes, Jeff, exactly. It's not even on the diagram. What's not? Somebody said something. Oh, dude, I hope Becca Scoops does a deep dive on this motherfucker. Yeah, but guys, everybody, thanks for coming in. We're gonna just continue on, okay? Yeah. So that's what we're doing here. All right. Uh-huh. Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna be sitting here, y'all. I'm not sitting here. We're not sitting here all day. We're gonna read this and then we're gonna go back to watching Loose Change. Come on, guys. Come on. Listen, we don't need to go over each page for an hour. We're gonna look at it, we're gonna take it as it is, and then everybody else is gonna cover it tomorrow. Well, we're covering it today. We'll see that, okay? All right, so let me share the screen back to the tube. All right, guys. And guys, don't forget YouTube. I cannot, so mods, please watch out. I cannot see the screen or anything. I have it completely open so you guys can see it. And so my watermark is all over it because, hey, I guess we're all watermarking stuff. It's not ours. But I'm not watermarking it for that reason. I'm watermarking out of sarcasm. Okay. Hi, how's it going, guys? Hey, if I'm not paying attention to the comments or whatever, guys, please just know that it's all much love. We're just trying to get through this because we got other stuff we want to do. Not that this isn't important and awesome. They said she had kidney. What? They said they had kidneys. She had kidney stones that hurts worse than having a baby. I haven't had kidney stones, but I have had my. Well, actually, I'm not even gonna say that. But let's just know stones of any sort are not cool. All right, Claudine Blanchard. The case was received in a case bag that was secured with a tamper evidence seal and that was marked with the descendant's identifying information. A medical examiner's identification tag was on the left ankle. The body was that of a well-developed, obese white female whose appearance was consistent with the given age of 48 years. See what I'm doing there, guys? The body measured 5 feet 2 inches in length and weighed 255 pounds. That's big for she's real short. You know, it's funny because you forget because, Gup was in the wheelchair and, she's sitting in the chair, but she's not tall anyway. In fact, she might be taller in the damn chair. The case was received clothed in a white nightshirt with a floral print. There were multiple cuts. Oh, okay. I guess we'll go. There were multiple ouch in the upper back. I don't know what I'm allowed to say on here. TikTok shop in the upper back of the nightshirt, and these defects corresponded to the positions of jab wounds on the back of the descendant's case. The upper front of the nightshirt was bloody as hell, bloody balls, as was all of the back of the nightshirt. There was a religious pendant on a string necklace that was about the neck. Boo-boos in the necklace corresponded to boo-boos on the back of the descendant's neck. Paper evidence bags were placed over the hands prior to further examination of the body. The fingernails were clipped and collected. Oral swabs, crotch swabs, and butt swabs were collected. Combed pub hair and pulled pub hair was collected, and pulled head hair was collected. The clothing, as well as all of the items of trace evidence, were taken into evidence by the Greene County Sheriff's Police. Evidence of medical resuscitation, they didn't do any because, come on now. All right, evidence of injury. Okay, guys. Boy. There were 17 jab wounds. For purposes of description, the jab wounds are numbered from 1 through 17, okay, guys? The numbering is arbitrary and is not intended to indicate the order in which the wounds were received, because that's also a big deal. Thanks for the gifts, guys. Thanks for all the likes. Don't forget to share. Bring your friends in because everyone's going to start covering it tomorrow, but I have it right here today. Yay! Okay, guys, upper and middle back. There were 13 jab wounds, one behind the top of the left shoulder. And there are diagrams for those of you that haven't seen it. There will be. Yes. Haha. What the bug on it, guys? I got it. I told you guys I'd get it situated. I told you. Yeah, baby. Thank you, guys. Alright, so oriented, longitudinally longitudinally, there we go, good lord. You think I would guys, it's gosh, I know how to read, trust me, guys, I got this. 1 inch on the skin surface, center of the wound is 8.5 inches below the top of the head, and 4 5/8 inches to the left of the posterior midline of the body. If it sounds like mumbo jumbo or you can't picture it because, your brain doesn't work in inches or whatever, that's fine. There's going to be a diagram. We're just gonna go through this, okay? Okay, and we're gonna just go through this, guys. We're just gonna get through this. All right, the wound direction is front to back. I mean, excuse me, I like dead ass read that totally backward. Dyslexic. Back to front. Wound track is 3 1/8 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle, ends on the posterior surface of an upper left rib. Center up of the upper back. All right, guys. So, this is a lot, but we're just, I hope everybody's all right. Trigger warning if you guys, if you're a little squeamish and it's hard for you to listen to this kind of stuff. All right. So, oriented somewhat transversely 5/8 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 11 and 1/4 inches below the top of the head and 5/8 inches to the left of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left superolateral end and shit. What am I doing? Sharp inframedial end. Wound direction is back to front. Wound track is 1.5 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. Guys, I mean, this is like hardcore, all right? Like hardcore, all right? These are not just little jabs. This is a bad. Left side of the upper back, oriented obliquely, 1 3/4 inch on the skin surface. Sorry, guys, I was like zoning out there. I don't know what just happened. Center of the wound is 11.5 inches below the top of the head and 4 3/4 inches to the left of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left superolateral end and sharp inferior end. Wound direction is back to front, left to right, and downward. Wound track is 5 inches deep through skin, fat, and muscle of the chest wall to where it penetrates into the left chest through the muscles of the third left intercostal space. It perforates the upper edge of the lower lobe of the left lung. At the oblique fissure, then perforates the inferior portion of the upper lobe of the left lung, perforates the posterior wall of the pericardial sac. Jesus, dude. Perforates the posterior wall of the left atrium of the heart next to the mitral valve. Guys, that is an intense, that is finish her. Like, that's one of those. Oh yes, thank you so much. Yes, guys, TikTok shop the shit out of it because I don't know what in this like the reality of it is, okay? All right. Jesse, I just got told that you're backstage. I'm gonna go through this and then I'll bring some people up because I want to just get through this because I feel like some people have seen this and I want to show the diagrams and you know I have ooh. All right, center of the upper back, oriented somewhat longitudinally, 7/8 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 11.5 inches below the top of the head and 5/8 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Blunt upper end and sharp lower end. Wound direction is back to front. Wound track is 1 Yes, I know, guys. I'm aware. Wound track is 1/4 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. Yes, thank you. TikTok shop, what's good? Right? Yeah, get the sunglasses that I got from D'Amico's. Follicle eyewear. It's great. They're great. They really are awesome sunglasses for real though. Center of the upper back. Oriented obliquely. 1 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 13 inches below the top of the head and 3/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left superomedial end and blunt infralateral. Oh my god, infralateral end. Wound direction is back to front, slightly left to right, and downward. Wound track is 2 1/4 inches deep as it passes through skin, fat, and muscle of the chest wall. Lord Almighty, here we go again. Enters into the right pleural cavity through the muscles of the right fifth intercostal space next to the spine, from where the wound track continues for another 3 inches, perforates the lower lobe of the right lung. The wound is 5/8 inches in length on the posterior surface and 1/4 inch in length on the anterior surface. Lord. Then perforates the side of a diaphragm and penetrates into the posterior portion of the right lobe of the liver. Guys, this is absolutely brutal. Like, just absolutely brutal. It's crazy. Yeah, this is just absolutely nuts. So yeah, just want to look at my comments here for a second. Okay, what's going on, everybody? Yeah, guys, I'll let some people up, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jordan over here says Schmurder of Passion vibes. It's giving absolutely. That's actually that's why I paused to say. I was like, this is not. This is somebody had some feelings, you know. Mm, guys, I'm not letting anybody up for right now. Okay, I'm gonna let people up, but right now we're gonna get through this, and I have a lot of reading to do, and I'm already stuttering because I got a lot to read. So bear with me, guys. I'm trying here. I got so much to read. All right, let's keep going. Hope everybody's doing all right. Yes, TikTok shop. But yeah, dude, totally a crime of passion, man. That's totally. It's no way. Um. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, she's definitely the issue. And I have multiple theories on as to what all the things, because there's obvious things, and then there's things that's like, well, dude, think about it. All right, where was I? All right, center of the upper back, oriented somewhat longitudinally. Oh my god, longitudinally. 1 5/8 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 13/4. There and notice they're like all right around the same. I mean, you'll see, and if you didn't see the crime scene photos, you can see, but I mean, there's some action going on here. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We already got 11,000 likes over here. Thank you so much, guys. We got a decent amount of people watching on both platforms, so you guys are awesome. Thanks for being here. The center of the wound is 13 1/4 inches below the top of the head and 1 3/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left supermedial end and blunt infralateral end. Wound direction is back to front and downward. Wound track is 2.5 inches deep as it passes through skin, fat, and muscle of the chest wall. Enters into the the light into the right pleural cavity. This isn't funny at all. I'm sorry, guys. Through the muscles of the right sixth intercostal space next to the spine, from where the wound track continues for another 1.5 inches as it penetrates into the posterior surface of the lower lobe of the right lung. Guys, I'm so sorry. I'm not laughing at what we're I'm not laughing at what I'm reading at all. I'm laughing at myself, just like, dude, you went over this and you're you are literally yeah, but listen, guys, some people haven't seen the crime scene photos, so that's the thing, like, so that's why I'm saying, like, so that's why I'm like, I mean, look. If you guys wanna see it, I can put the link, I guess, in the description of this when I'm done. Center of the middle back has two components making it somewhat L-shaped. Longitudinal portion is 3/4 inch on the skin surface, and transverse portion is 1/2 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 16/4 inches below the top of the head and 2 5/8 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body, sharp at both ends. Wound direction is back to front. Wound track is 1 3/4 inches deep as it passes through the skin fat muscle of the chest wall and enters into the right pleural cavity through the muscles of the right ninth intercostal space next to the spine, from where the wound track continues for another 1/8 inch as it penetrates into the posterior surface of the lower lobe of the right lung. The right side of the upper back is oriented longitudinally 1 3/4 inch on the skin surface. Hold on, guys. Yes, ma'am. Guys, no. Yeah, dude. I showed my friend the I'll tell you in a second. Center yes. Center of the wound is 9.5 inches below the top of the head and 3.5 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp upper end and blunt lower end. Wound direction is back to front, right to left, and downward. Wound track is 4.5 inches deep, passes through the skin, fat, and muscle. The right side of the upper back, oriented obliquely 1 1/8 inch of the skin surface. Center of the wound is 11 4 inches below the top of the head and 3.5 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left supermedial end and sharp infralateral end. Wound direction is back to front and slightly left to right. Wound track is 4.5 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. All right, guys. I hope you guys are keeping up. I hope you guys are okay with us doing just like kind of just going through this, because this is what we wanted. We wanted to see this is what we wanted. We wanted to see it. There's people that are going into it and analyzing things and going through. There's nothing to analyze at this moment in time. We will analyze after we read the whole report, and you know, but let's just get through it. I think that's fair, right, guys? Thanks for all the likes, follows, and shares. You guys are so amazing on both platforms. Mods, big shout out to you guys. I still have the screen up, so I haven't checked YouTube. If you guys are doing your thing, I appreciate it. I will bring people up, but let me just get through this, because literally, right side of the upper back, oriented obliquely 1/4 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 10 3/8 inches below the top of the head and 4 5/8 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left supermedial end and sharp infralateral end. As if I haven't said that word like a million times. Wound direction is back to front, left to right, and downward TikTok shot. Wound, God, little fuck. Wound track is 5.5 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. Right side of the upper back, oriented obliquely 1 1/8 inches on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 9.5 inches below the top of the head and 5.5 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left supermedial end and sharp infralateral end. Wound direction is back to front, right to left, and downward. Wound track is 3 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. They're just such deep, like they're just like, and it's like funny. Not funny. It's just interesting, because it's like the ones that are, you know, the ones that are more shallow, they're still pretty damn deep. All right. Shit. right side of the middle back, oriented obliquely, 1 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 15 and 5/8 inches below the top of the head and 6 and 1/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left supermedial end and sharp infralateral end. Wound direction is back to front. Wound track is at least 7 inches deep, perforated the skin, fat, and muscle of the body wall. Penetrates into the right chest cavity, penetrates 1/4 inch into the posterior surface of the lower lobe of the right lung. I mean, you guys gotta imagine how fast this was happening. So she felt like everything. And if enough blood went in and her lung had been punctured and it was like deflating and filling up, like drowning is it's like one of the worst ways to die, you know? Like, that ain't cool. Far right side of the upper back's superior to the right axilla. Axilla. Center of the wound is 9 inches below the top of the head and 9 3/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp upper end and sharp lower end. Wound direction is back to front and slightly left to right. Wound track is 4 and 1/4 inches deep, passing through skin, fat, and muscle. All right, so the right chest had 2 jab wounds. Okay, hope everybody's doing all right. TikTok shop. Sorry. Okay, good. Am I looking for something? Bird. Guys, I'm reading this to you guys, and I do read the chat. But I'm also trying to just get through this just because I promised you guys I would get it in at some point, and so I want to do this, and then I want to go back to talking about the 9/11 stuff. Yes, exactly, guys. Everyone note that the direction of these wounds, and Nick is a lefty, and Gup Gup is a righty, and exactly, guys. Don't worry, I don't plan on skipping commentary. I'm just reading this, and then after I get through all of these joints right here, then we can do a little stop for a little bit of a talk for some, get comments and stuff, and then I'll go back and start showing you guys the diagram. Right axillary line, oriented nearly transversely 1.5 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 17 inches below the top of the head and 9 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp posterior end and sharp anterior end. Wound direction is right to left. Guys, just pay attention to all these directions and stuff. It's very important. Thank you for pinning that, guys. You guys are awesome. Thanks, mods on both ends, and thank you for communicating with me, keeping me up to date. And guys, I'm trying my best to keep up with the chat and all that, but I'm also reading to you guys. Wound track is 4 1/4 inches deep as it passes through skin, fat, and muscle of the body wall. The wound track then continues another 3 inches as it passes through the lower recess of the right pleural cavity, then perforates the base of the lower lobe of the right lung, then perforates through the lateral edge of the diaphragm, and then penetrates into the right lobe of the liver. Bro, like, these are just absolutely fatal as fuck. All right. Right supraclavicular area, oriented obliquely, 1/2 inch of the skin surface. Center of the wound is 8.5 inches below the top of the head and 2.5 inches to the right of the anterior midline of the body. Sharp left superlateral end and sharp inframedial end. Wound direction is downward. Wound track is 1.5 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. In association with the 6 jab wounds that penetrated into the chest, wounds 3, 5, 6, 7, 12, and 14, there were 250 milliliters of red stuff and clots in the right chest cavity. Guys, that's a lot. There were 500 milliliters of red stuff and clots in the left chest cavity. And there were 100 milliliters of red stuff and clots in the pericardial cavity. Guys, In association with the 2 jab wounds that continued through the diaphragm and into the liver, wounds 5 and 14, there was a trace amount of red stuff about the liver in the peritoneal cavity. All right. Crazy. Mhm. 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 I'm reading the chat, guys. I am. I agree. Okay, neck. 2 jab wounds, 16 was the back of the neck and at the base of the skull. Oriented transversely, 3/8 inch on the skin surface wound. Center of the wound is 6 inches below the top of the head and 3/4 inch to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left medial end and sharp lateral end. Wound direction is back to front. Wound track is 2 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. 17. Right side of the back of the neck at the base of the skull, oriented transversely, 1.5 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 6 inches below the top of the head and 2 3/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left medial end and sharp lateral end. Wound direction is downward. Wound track is 3 1/4 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. All right. Okay, we got this. I got this. All right. There were multiple incised wounds on the neck, and there was one incised wound on the left hand. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, shot. Transversely across the back of the neck at 7 inches below the top of the head. The wound is 7 1/8 inch in length and penetrates up to 3 inches to the soft tissues of the neck to the end in the space between the spinous processes of cervical vertebrae 6 and 7. Transversely on the left side of the back of the neck at 6 inches below the top of the head. The wound is 3/4 inch in length and is superficial, a scratch. Obliquely on the right side of the neck, inferior to the lower jaw on the skin surface, the wound is 4.25 inch. The center of the wound is 6.5 inches below the top of the head and 4.5 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the neck. The anterior end of the wound is forked, indicating that the 4.25 inch wound had been produced by at least 2 cutting motions. The wounds penetrate 3 1/4 inches into the soft tissue of the neck to end on the right side of the cervical spine. Yeah. Transversely on the right side of the neck, there were multiple long parallel superficial cuts. Boo-boos. My bad. The center of the cluster of boo-boos is 7 3/4 inches below the top of the head and is 4 3/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the neck. On the left hand, there's a superficial cut, 3/8 inch in length. The cut is on the radial side of the dorsal aspect of the 4th digit, the ring finger. All right. External examination. The body was cool and is in early state of decomposition, characterized by. Ooh, fuck! I keep forgetting where I am, guys. I'm sorry. All right. All right. Characterized by the passing of rigor mortis. Rick and Morty. Yeah. Anyway, drawing of the fingertips, darkening of the skin of the face, and skin slippage on the face and upper chest. Fixed lividity was present anteriorly. The scalp hair was light brown and was short. The earlobes were cosmetically pierced. There were red fluids on the face, in the nose, and in the mouth. The ears and nose were otherwise unremarkable. The eyes had white sclerae and injected conjunctivae. Conjuncted. Her eyes were fucked. Cloudy corneas obscured the irides. Guys, if I'm pronouncing some of this stuff, I'm sorry, but I didn't go to medical school. I just like medical stuff. The neck was obese and had no decimable masses. All right, I need to move this up. The thorax was symmetrical. There was a postmortem puncture wound in the right quadrant of the abdomen. What? Sorry, guys, I'm hearing shit. There was a cholecystectomy scar 6 inches in length along the right costal margin. There was a transverse 5-inch scar across the lower abdomen. The abdomen was obese. The external crotch area were those of normal adult female. There was a tattoo on the left side of the back. There were tattoos on the lateral sides of the go to the next page. Lower parts of the legs. There was a 6.5-inch longitudinal scar on the back of the lower part of the leg. The extremities and back had no significant deformities or other abnormalities. Good lord. There was nail polish on the fingernails and on the toenails because they were getting right. Okay. So much to read. So much to read. Damn it. All right, let me see what's going on in chat. The TikTok shop is awesome. All right, chat. Let's see what's going on with Chaz. Let's see what's going on. And we'll make you guys look at me. Yeah, you look at me. All right. Yeah, that is crazy. It's like she was able to inherit stuff. Like, that's crazy to me. Wait a minute. Didn't you just send me I thought you was live, bro. Didn't you just send me something that you were live? What's going on? Welcome in everybody that's here. I'm taking a sip of coffee. I know, right? Yo, thanks for all the follows. Yo, I'm so excited to be able to show this to you guys. All right. We're going to jump back into it. We got, like, between the two platforms, we got a decent amount of people watching this. So, I know. Well, what? Change your name, girl. What'd you do? All right, guys, let's go back. Baby, come back. You think I was playing? All right. Okay. Oh boy. Shh. Oh my goodness. Internal examination. The autopsy was performed utilizing a Y-shaped thoraco-abdominal incision thing and a posterior coronal scalp. I don't even know a code word for that. All of the viscera were cool. That's cool. Except for the apparently remote surgical absence of the appendix, gallbladder, uterus, ovaries, and fallopian tubes. All of the viscera were in their normal anatomical position. Sorry, guys. Which makes sense because, I mean, it did say she had reflux stuff. So, I mean, the gallbladder, blah, blah, blah. And then she had the other stuff. You had hysterectomy, you have all this taken out. Let's see what partial, but except for the previously described injuries, the internal systems were as follows. Head, no abnormality was noted in the reflected scalp, calvarium, dura, meninges, or of the base of the skull. There were no epidural, subdural, or subarachnoid hemorrhages. Sorry, guys. The 1275 GM brain was symmetrical and had no chordal lesions. Guys, I don't know what I'm allowed to say, so just keep hitting me with the TikTok shop. You know what I'm saying? There were no uncalled grooving or cerebellar tonsillar herniation. The cerebral vascular system was unremarkable. Serial transverse sections of the cerebral hemispheres, brainstem, and cerebellum were symmetrical and revealed no pre-existing lesions. I feel like I'm reading a tongue twister, but neck. There were no hemorrhages or other abnormalities of the cervical vertebral column or of the soft tissues of the neck, larynx, or trachea. The laryngeal cartilages and the hyoid bone were intact. Cardiovascular system, good lord. The 405 GM heart was enlarged. The normal heart weight for a 5'2" adult female ranges from 160 to 382 with an average weight of 248. God damn, that's huge. The heart had an otherwise unremarkable epicardial surface with a moderate amount of epicardial fat. The coronary arteries had no evidence of atherosclerotic disease. No thrombi were present in the coronary arteries. The left ventricle posterior wall thickness was 1.3 centimeters. The intraventricular septal thickness was 1.3 centimeters. Sorry, guys. I'm like literally looking like way ahead, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta read all that because my ADHD brain just wants this to be over. The right ventricle wall thickness was 0.3 centimeters. The cardiac valves were unremarkable and had the following circumferences: tricuspid 14 centimeters, pulmonary 7.2 centimeters, mitral 9.5 centimeters, aortic 6.1 centimeters. The fourth heart chambers were unremarkable. The foramen ovale was closed. Sorry, I got a text. TikTok shop. There were no ventricle septal defects. There were no mural thrombi within the heart chambers. There were no abnormalities of the papillary muscles or cordia tendini. The myocardium was dark red. Interesting. All right. Dark red brown without evidence of scarring. There were no thrombi within the pulmonary artery. The lining of the aorta had no evidence of atherosclerosis. The major arteries and great veins had normal distributions. Okay. This medical stuff. All right, y'all. All right. We're gonna keep going, bro. Well, yeah. So yeah, all right, guys. Yeah. And guys, if I'm botching a couple of these words, I got a lot to read here. And like I said, I sped read through it like last night when I received it, and then really quick. Mods, I see your questions. It will be, but not right now because I want to get through this and I don't want to stop for commentary in between, guys. Awesome 16,000 likes on Ticket Attack. Thank you so much. Respiratory system, the larynx and the trachea were unremarkable. The right and left lungs weighed 235 grams and 185 grams, respectively, and were partially collapsed due to the hemothoracis. The lung parenchyma. Dude, no. I'm getting spammed. Hold on really quick. I'm getting spammed with goddamn text messages. Hold on. Not you, mods. Not you. You guys are good. Something's literally happening. Where the hell am I? Oh, at the words that are hard as hell to say. It had mild anthracosis and was nearly redless, red waterless. The pulmonary arteries, bronchi, and their major branches were unremarkable. There were no distal pulmonary emboli. There were no cystic lesions, nodules, or distinct consolidations. Heptobilarial bilary system. All right, the 2,345 gram liver was excessively firm due to hepatic fibrosis and also had parenchyma. Dude, I'm not even gonna try that one right now. That was the yellow tan and greasy. That was yellow, tan, and greasy from fatty change. The gallbladder was surgically absent. The remainder of the uh, bel- biliary tract was unremarkable. Hemolymphatics, the 175-gram spleen had smooth capsular surfaces. The dark purple splenic pulp was soft and oozing and obscure. The usual follicular and trabecular markings. There was no significant lymphadenopathy. Lymphadenopathy. Sure, we'll go with that. The rib bone marrow was red with an unremarkable trabecular pattern. Yes, and if you guys are trying to correct me, that's fine. You can correct me, but we're just gonna keep moving on. You'll be able to if you can't see it, you'll be able to see it tomorrow. It'll be open for everybody. So you guys are gonna listen to me botch every 20 words. I think I'm doing all right. Alimentary system, except for visceral pallor due to blood loss. Ooh, red loss. The esophagus, stomach, and small bowel and colon were unremarkable. The appendix was not present. The stomach had 300 grams of contents consisting of food. Hold on now. I'm about to weigh some food out and be like, bro, what? No gills were seen among the stomach contents. The pancreas had pallor and a firm tan lobulated parenchyma. Parenchyma. Dude, I want to know how to say that word. If somebody knows how to say it, paren. I just need to know if that's an I or a Y sound. Or a E sound. Damn it, English. What a dumb language. All right. Endocrine system. The thyroid gland had a normal bilobate configuration. The adrenal glands were each unremarkable with golden yellow cortices and brown medullas. The pituitary gland was unremarkable. See, now I just have to ask you guys, like, if you guys could speak any language in the world, what language would you speak and why? And we'll come back to that question. And I want to see all your answers just to kind of switch it up. But we are not, well, I'm not done. You guys are just sitting here. I'm not done. What did I just read? That's what I just read. Genitourinary system. The right and left kidneys weighed 120 grams and 125 grams, respectively. Each kidney had smooth cortical surfaces, had a pale, whatever the fuck that word is, due to red loss, and had otherwise normal corticonope regions and papillae. Guys, listen, there's so much damn read here. I mean, it's like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious is easier to say than some of this shit, but I absolutely love it, and I will be going back, and any words that I don't know or don't understand, I'm the kind of person that'll look that shit up. I want to know how to say it. I want to know what it means. I like, you know what I mean? That's the kind of shit that I do, and I'm very, very much so interested in the medical field. Very much so. A lot of medical stuff in my family. There were no changes in the calyceal systems, pelves, ureters, or bladder. The uterus, fallopian tubes, and ovaries were surgically absent. Dude, she had a lot of surgeries. So, like, that also leads me, like, it's like, all right, well, who was, so, because Gypsy was, Gup Gup wasn't really sick. So since she wasn't sick, it's like, dude, like, bro, you weren't sick. So, like, your mom had all these surgeries. So what's really going on here? Hey, everybody, for coming in. You guys are amazing. We're going to continue. Don't worry. Don't you guys worry. Don't you worry. Yeah, let's slide you over so that watermark those is on there. Just cuz. Guys, thank you so much to everybody that's here. Oh, yeah. There's a lot here going on. Yeah, and someone just over here said, yeah, all the surgeries, dude. Someone said that they think that Christy watched her, and I could totally see that. All right. let's keep going. I mean, that makes sense to me that Christy would watch it. I mean, they say that they were a big part of their lives. Oh, good, good. I was like, what the fuck? Musculoskeletal system. Musculoskeletal system, except for the above noted boo-boos, all the muscles and axial skeleton were free of any significant abnormalities. All right, toxicological analysis. All right. Okay, so samples of vitreous fluid, pericardial cavity, red stuff, and liver were submitted to the St. Louis University Forensic Toxicology Laboratory for toxicological screens and analysis. Toxicological screening of the red stuff was negative for all rugs of Abrask. No alcohol, no drinks were detected in the red stuff. Summary of autopsy findings. Adult female in an early state of decomp. Multiple 17 jab wounds of the back, chest, and neck. A6. Thank you so much for the gifts. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for all the likes. We are at 18,000 likes over here on Ticket to Slapide. Love it. Thanks, guys. Don't forget to follow. If you guys would give me a follow, that'd be amazing. This is the kind of stuff that we do over here, bringing you stuff. And, people are clearly showing that they trust me to get information early. I don't tell anybody where I get anything from, and I appreciate everybody that's helping me out with research and stuff. You guys are very amazing. Don't think that something hasn't gone unwatched or whatever. Trust me, if I've received it, I might not do something with everything, but it's very good to always have. 1. Boo-boos of the upper and lower lobes of the left lung. Boo-boos of the upper and lower lobes of the right lung. Perforating boo-boo of the posterior wall of the left atrium of the heart. Hemopericardium, bilateral hemothoracis. 2 of the wounds pass through the right pleural cavity and penetrate the liver. 2 jab wounds of this back of the neck of the base of the skull. Visceral pallor due to red loss. Multiple incised wounds of the neck. Deep wounds traversely across the back of the neck. 7 1/8 inch in length on the skin surface, penetrates up to 3 inches to the end of the spine, obliquely on the right side of the neck, inferior to the lower jaw. 4 1/4 inches in length of the surface skin, was produced by at least 2 cutting motions. Doing bad thing motions. Penetration of 3 1/4 TikTok shop to the end of the spine. Guys, TikTok shop the shit out of this if you don't mind, please. Multiple parallel superficial wounds, right side of the neck. 1 incised wound to the back, on the back of the 4th digit of the left hand. Obesity, 255 pounds on a 5'2" frame. That's crazy. I mean, I'm not short, and I'm not super tall, but let me tell you something. If I weighed that much, I'd be big. Apparently, remote surgical absence of the appendix, gallbladder, uterus, ovaries, and fallopian tubes, and large heart, 405 grams. That's crazy. Hey, have you guys ever seen the movie 7 Pounds with Will Smith? You guys should see that. It's fucking crazy. Steatohepatitis and hepatic fibrosis, toxicology, blood screen. Ooh, fuck. Red stuff screen equals negative for drying and rugs of using things. In my opinion, that Claudine Blanchard, a 48-year-old white female, died of injuries of the neck, back, chest, and abdomen due to multiple 17 jab wounds, multiple incised wounds. Jeff Harkey, MD, medical examiner, September 22nd, 2016 is when it was submitted. Thank you for all the follows and all the likes and all the shares. All right, guys. So this is the diagram now so you guys can see it. So for those of you guys that were like, "Bug, I don't know what the hell you're talking about." Well, that's okay because I have this right here. Oh, no. Where did you go? There you are. All right. Okay, guys. So we're gonna continue. So you guys can see it now with your own eyes. All right, here we go. So, they did the good old blurring it out. Thanks. All right. So, they're saying it was 6/14/15. It was done on the 15th. 48, blah, 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 5/2. There we go for you guys, so you guys can see it. All right, here they are. This is the diagram. Okay, can you guys see it? There we go. All right, there we go. All right, so it would be interesting if there was like, one day, yeah. They're quarters. They're not pennies, they're quarters. um Shit, let me hide this. Yeah, so oh crap. I just realized something. I might not be sharing my screen to YouTube now that I think about it. Sorry, guy. Oh, I am sharing my screen to YouTube. Cool, great. All right. What did I say? Why should they have used dimes? Why they should use nickels, so they had 5 on it. Alright, let's keep going. Alright. Dude, this shit creeps me out, though. Look at that, bro. That is crazy. 916 on that motherfucker. Alright. It ain't shit to you guys, but it's everything to me. I promise you. And then there's that joint right there. Oh, there's a lot going on the right side of this body. Alrighty, everybody, welcome in. Okay, here we go. Just so you guys can see everything. All right. That motherfucker is crazy. It's this. This is crazy. Oh shit. Sorry, TikTok. Y'all. And also not only that, but if you guys haven't seen it, I told you guys I'll put the crime scene things, what's it called? Yeah, actually, Life's Hard, said over here on TikTok, looking at, Dee's, casing, her soul casing, it looks like 2 different, jabbity jabs were used. I mean, there were 2 stolen. Who's trying to come up here? Not yet. It doesn't matter which platform you're on. It's nothing personal. I'm not letting anybody up until I get through this because hey, I ain't saying nobody's gonna talk on this. We're just gonna get through this because everyone else seems to be going through. They're like, oh my god, did you see? There is a cunt right, like right there again. Do you see it? Right there was one right there. So that probably means that she probably fought back with one little superficial wound on her ring finger. Did you guys know that it was on her ring finger and it probably was a direct line to her heart? And that's why you wear a that's why. And so that's why there's a cut on that finger. All right, let me stop, dude. Let me fucking stop. But like, I swear to God, that's how everyone's going through this. I'm like, bro, just get through it. Like, here it is. Let's see it. I don't know who said that. I just feel like that's the way that it's been presented so far. I don't know. Oh yeah, Kayla, definitely. Where did she say that? It had to have been aliens. All right, guys, here's the toxicology report. Here you go, guys. All right. So literally, I'm not going to read at all any of these on here. You can see it. All right. There it is. Okay. And there every single thing that they tested for, which was a pretty decent amount of stuff. She had nothing. Nothing. So, like, what? And, that's one of those other things. It's like, well, let's see. I want to see what what meds were, in that closet, that any ones that were like prescribed. I want to see the ones that were prescribed and who they were prescribed to, because maybe one, maybe two things we've actually seen Gypsy's name on. Goop. These are the specimens that they got. Red stuff, liver, vitreous. They checked for other, which we saw what other was. They checked for that. It's crazy. It's like they had no suspicion of carbon monoxide. It couldn't have been that. You guys think it couldn't have been that? I don't think the carbon monoxide did it. All right, let me stop playing. Am I playing too much? I mean, I'm not trying to make it funny. It's not funny. All right, here we go. Now, this joint is at a different place. So this is the office. Report of the unaliving scene investigation. Her race is Caucasian. Claudinia A. Blanchard. You guys can see all her information. Thanks for all the likes, guys. Let's get it up to 20K. Let's do it. This is their address. This is the daughter's name. That's the daughter. She's the next of kin, okay? She's nowhere to be found. We'll have to find the little wench, okay? So, what do you guys think? You guys think that they already thought? Do you guys think that they actually thought that Gypsy was abducted? Or do you guys think that they actually already thought that she had something to do with it? Because I would actually think that she had something to do with it. And I'm just a sleuth. All right, so medical history. Okay, now listen. I know there's people that are, people are doing their thing like, oh man, you didn't read it right, bro. They said medical history, man. Yeah, it is medical history. All right, so yeah, she had diabetes. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and she had this. Now, we don't know necessarily that she doesn't say she had it at that point in time. Regardless, though, just know that fucker, cancer, I fucking hate that motherfucker. And I can tell you right now that shit'll be busting out the cut on you in different ways. Like, you might have one type, and then all of a sudden it's like, hee, I got your brain now. You thought I had your liver. So that's how that goes. And that's how I feel about that. Anyway, so yeah, so she's starting to do that stuff. Her body temperature is cool. The liver temp. So she's passing through rigor. Okay, guys, pupils absolutely dilated as fuck. Natural condition, I would say so. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I would say that natural condition was not looking good. All right, so her clothing was a good old nightshirt, no underwear, which that's absolutely phenomenal to see. I mean, on the off chance that something happens to me like that, I gotta stay in shape. That ain't happening to me, motherfucker. I'll tell you right now. Okay, this is so blurry. Descendants neighbors called GCSO to report that descendant and her daughter were missing. Neighbors had seen no activity and had not been able to contact descendant since Wednesday night A neighbor is reported to have entered the residence through an unlocked window but did not see anyone in the residence. Huh. Deputies saw a post on the descendant's Facebook stating that chick is unalived. A search warrant was obtained and deputies entered the residence to find descendant in bed. Descendant is prone in her bed with covers pulled up to her mid-back. Dried red stuff is noted over descendant's back and on the bedding. Several defects can be seen in the descendant's nightshirt. Several defects can be seen in the descendant's nightshirt and in the sheet over her back. Okay, cool. So that answers that question that I've had. Because, nobody said anything about that. Descendant's arms are bent under her head in a typical sleeping position. There is a small area of red stuff beneath the descendant's head and shoulders on the bed. Multiple jab wounds are noted to descendant's upper back and right side of her torso when her nightshirt is lifted. This is so blurry, guys. An incised wound is noted to the back and right side of the neck and is several inches in length. Bags are placed over descendant's hands. When covers are pulled down, there are apparent red smears on descendant's right lower back and flank. I think that's what that says. Body is secure. Casing is secured in a casing bag for transport to GCMEO for autopsy. Deputies advise that there are additional Facebook posts that indicate that descendant's daughter was also murdered and that she has not been located. That's it. That's it. We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Yeah. We did it. Guys, we got through it. All right. Cool. Now I can let people up. So we hit 20,000 likes over here on TikTok. Thank you so much. Guys, I hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves. Thank you so much for joining me for this. We're not done. I'm going to go back into what we were talking about yesterday. I'm so glad. I hope you guys enjoyed that. All right. I'm going to bring you up. Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me, Kristen? All right. All right. Well, I gave you a try. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So we read all that. Thank you so much, guys. You guys don't understand. That was great. Yeah, I know. I couldn't hear you though, Kristen. You can try to come back up. I have somebody on TikTok trying to come up, guys. All right, let's see. Let's see. Hey, what's going on? How's it going?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yes. How's it going?
I just had a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
So a lot of people are saying there's not enough red stuff. Can you please just go over the amount that was found in her, and that they need to also understand the clotting as well?
Yeah, I can pull it back up. Just give me just a minute. I can pull it back up for you guys. That's actually a good question. I don't have all the answers. I was just reading it. So if I can't answer it fully, it's a great question. So what we can do is, if anything, okay, thank you. If anything, we can I can get that information and then I can put it in like a short or something or go live and we can talk about it again. But I do love that question. So let me just get back to I just gotta figure out where it was. It was so much. I can't believe we did it, guys.
I know there's some in the chest cavity and then in the belly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just gotta figure out where it was.
That's fine.
Oh, here it is. I found it, Kristen. Christian, I found it. Okay, so it says that in association with the 6 jab wounds, that penetrated into the chest, wounds 3, 5, 6, 7, 12, and 14, there were 250 milliliters of red and clots in the right chest cavity. Okay. There were 500 milliliters of red stuff and clots in the left chest cavity, and there were 100 milliliters of red stuff and clots in the pericardial cavity.
Okay,
And
so that's quite a bit compared to what the human body really has of red stuff.
yeah, and then it says here also that there was a trace amount of red stuff about the liver, but in the peritoneal cavity, but it doesn't say how much for that one, so I don't know, 800. It says Kiss said 800 altogether, 800 milliliters altogether. Myra,
Does anybody in the chat know exactly how much the human body has? Because I mean, we've got to take in consideration that after 4 days, that red stuff was still wet as well. So that was a lot seeped into there because it only seeps so much and then can only dry so fast as well.
exactly, and there was a decent amount of pulling. I mean, like, for real, if you look, I mean, that thing went all the way down. It's not gonna go all the way down in, like, the huge area. It's gonna go down, and then, like, the deepest part of it is gonna continue, and that really thick pulling went all the way down,
Right, and then they got to understand too that some of those jabs nicked the main organ in your body, and that could have been one of the first or second, and that stopped it from pumping so hard out.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, that's a good question. So, I know that there's 1.5 to 1.7 liters. So yeah, there's definitely a lot missing. And they don't tell us, they just say clotting. They don't say like exactly how much of that is clotted or whatever. Myra, welcome in. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Jesse, don't worry. I'm going to bring you up on YouTube in just a minute. I'm just getting the TikTok people up really quick. Good. How you doing?
Yeah, the whole autopsy report is freaking interesting and it's mind blowing because it's like it gets to a point where it's going to crack the case a lot more open.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it, like we all know that there was alleged allegations of abuse, but now that we see how many medical conditions DeeDee had, and then the surgeries, there are questions surrounding who was taking care of DeeDee, because it doesn't seem that DeeDee had any physical capacity to physically abuse her.
Yeah, she seemed pretty worn at this point.
So there's that. And the medications, I know some people brought up some interesting points about the meds where they were labeled with certain instructions. So would that be that Gypsy is maybe adopting this, her mother's experience as her story, as to make it appear as abuse?
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
I agree with you.
Yeah, like Gypsy's the Gup is the one that with the Munchausens.
Yes, ma'am.
And yeah, and and her mom to an extent, but I don't know, dude. With the micro deletion, it's like, come on. That, I mean, it explains every and not even that many procedures that you had done, and most of them are just running tests. Now, I'm not saying that everything was great and dandy, okay, but I don't know. Did you guys see that live, or at least the clip of her when she was like, my legs are starting to get numb. Like, she was like in pain. It's like, bro, that's literally a symptom of what happens, and it happens in adulthood. Like, you can outgrow it, but it's just weird. And it might have been, there's things that might have been easily exaggerated, as we know, because they were committing fraud. But I mean, come on, dude. Like, as far as like the surgeries and all that, it's like people are like, "Oh, she had hundreds of surgeries." When? Where? When does it say that? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Hi.
Correct. She's only had
Sorry.
medical records. So where are those surgeries that she's claiming that she's had, or all these medications that she was forced to take?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. All right. Hey, Jesse, how's it going?
Hey.
All right.
Just it's crazy. I just cannot. I feel so much for DeeDee. Honestly, like after seeing all of this, it's just my God. Like no, justice was not served for DeeDee. It wasn't. It really wasn't. And the fact that we're seeing this right now, like how many years? Like I don't know if this autopsy report was ever released before at the time when the case was out in 2015 or in 2016, but this is like a first one. So I'm wondering, like, what the hell happened here? Why did they conceal this for so long? And besides, like, I know, like, Nicholas was trying to get an appeal and he's trying to, fight for that sentencing that he's got. But man, that's dirty. That is dirty what they did here.
What she did there.
Something was behind the scenes. Somebody's keeping something a secret, and it goes further back than just Guppy. It goes. I don't know. My opinion, it has to do with politics and everything else, and people try to keep face and look good, and they let her slide, and now she's out making them look like a fool.
Yeah, it's just disgusting. Overall, it's disgusting. The justice system, and Gypsy, the whole thing is disgusting. It's really disgusting, and especially what they did to Nicholas too. Like I understand Nicholas had a part in all of this, but what they did to him was wrong too.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. He is very autistic, and you can tell just by listening to his interview that detective coerced him into protecting Guppy.
Yeah, exactly.
She told him, you don't want to let Guppy get in trouble. And he's always been for protecting her, so.
I know. Like, he reminds me of my son, because my son is autistic, just like Nicholas. And when I listen to him speak, it's just like, it breaks my heart, because this can happen to anybody else's autistic son, daughter.
Right. Friend, I work at the school, and I work with some autistic kids, and they are very, very gullible and very coercible. So we make sure that the other kids, aren't bullying and stuff like that. And it's just so sad that they're so gullible sometimes. Yeah, they are, but they are very honest. That's a given.
Yep.
They will never lie.
But
Never lie.
Unless they're trying to protect somebody they love.
Unless, yeah.
So I've had a child that, was being abused in a home who was autistic, and it took a lot for us to bring that out.
So sad.
They protect the ones that they love, no matter what, and it's sad.
Absolutely.
But I just want to say I appreciate everything that you do, Buck. Thank you for reading that report and letting everybody see it. That's amazing of you. Not a lot of creators are doing that have it, so I just thank you.
Well, I think everybody will have it tomorrow. I was just fortunate to get it to last night. I have some
it too. I got it.
Yeah, I have some cool people, so but since I'm able to it's not a huge platform, let's continue to grow, but it's some sort of platform to be able to say things and show you guys things. So I appreciate for those of you guys that have been watching. We're going to continue with what we did yesterday, so I'm going to do a little bug break here. Guys, thanks. You guys are more than welcome to stay on. You guys can jump down. You can come back. Whatever you guys want to do. Does anybody have anything else they would like to say before I go into the bug break, do a little bit of music, and then go into what we were doing yesterday?
No.
Okay.
Do you know, is there going to be like a toxicology report for Gypsy when she got arrested? Is that ever going to come out, or like?
I've heard it's going to be released sometime in September. They did do one on her, and they did do one on Nicholas, and it's supposed to be released sometime this month.
Ooh.
I'm interested.
Ooh, okay.
Really want to see that.
Me too.
Yeah.
I want to see if they were on anything, if they, if this was just all something they did. Just, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy.
So, like, let's say it comes back, and because Gup is swearing that she had a problem with Jill's. So let's see. Let's just find out.
Yeah, because I saw all of Becca Scoop's videos, and I know in one of the videos, I think it was a part 3, Gypsy, when she was arrested, they found no medications in her system when they took her to the hospital. So I'm very curious to see that, and because I really want to put it out there so people can see it too.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
especially her stans who still believe that she was forced to take drugs against her own will.
Right.
Because that
TikTok shop. Yeah, exactly.
Being accused isn't going to get on the internet like she did and put herself out there like she did. There'd be marks. There would be some kind of telling something. You don't get on the internet when you're abused. It's not like that.
Mm-hmm. Also, Bug, I want to say I commend you for not watermarking that report.
Well, listen. So what I did was I put my thing up, but it wasn't because I actually wanted to watermark it. That's not why I did it. And if you guys know why I watermarked it, you know why. If you know, you know. And that was the only reason. And that was on YouTube. And then over here on TikTok, it was zoomed in and zoomed out, and I was messing around with it the whole time. So listen, it doesn't matter though. It's public record. First of all, second of all, I didn't steal it from anybody. I didn't. So I'm not really quite understanding what's going on here. But I mean, I do understand what's going on here. Public records are I'm a public person. So that you cannot own guys. Okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Anybody can call Green County coroners and get a copy of it. So.
And tomorrow it's gonna be like out.
Yep. Everybody's gonna have it tomorrow.
So it's gonna be free tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh.
I want to get my hands on a copy of that.
I do flash fair use. See, that's the thing. Like, yeah, guys. Fair use disclaimer. Look at that. Look at that. Look, TikTok, you want to see it? Look at that.
It is for educational purposes only.
Educational purposes only. Entertainment. Oh, look, Casey's in the back. See, I didn't even see that, dude. I'll get you up here in a second. Hold on. All right, there we go. All right, so now that we've done all the safety things, and well, I had to put that up anyway. Hey, what's going on, Case? I had to put that up anyway.
Hi, babes.
Hey, what's going on? In all honesty,
Hi.
I had to put that motherfucker up because we're about to go watch the rest of Loose Change because I know I was digging that shit yesterday. So, yeah, exactly. Good looks. Yeah. There was a couple people that reached out and said they were going to give it to me. And then I was gifted this gift last night. And they're like, hey, Bug, look at this. Look at your phone, Bug. Oh, okay, cool. So I know what we're doing tomorrow. Anyway, I hope everybody's enjoying themselves. 23,000 likes over here on TikTok.
Meal prepping.
Awesome, dude. Well, have fun with that. Stay safe. Much love. And thank you so much for coming up as always. Okay.
Much love to you as well.
See ya.
Okay.
Cool, man. All right. Where the Yo, this thing better stop playing with me though. Like, what's really going on? I mean, how?
Yeah, I'm making just off topic. I'm making a Gypsy Rose special dinner tonight.
Oh, I thought you were doing that last night, dude.
No, that's tonight, man. Last night we had stuffed peppers.
Stuffed peppers. That
Y'all want to come over for supper?
I do. Shit, guys, I can't remember. All right, he was talking.
Also off topic, and I'm very upset. My husband got me a Yeti mic, and I was so excited that I was like, "Oh, I can hook it up to my laptop, right?"
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't StreamYard work with an Apple?
I don't know. I was told that it has more trouble with more trouble.
Yeah, I got a freaking I went to go to StreamYard and it's like this technology doesn't work with Macs. I was like, what?
That's stupid because I'm using my iPhone right now.
Yeah, I know. That's why it works best with me on my iPhone, but on my
Thanks
on
for the
my
follow.
MacBook, it didn't work. And I was like, what's going on?
Sorry,
Mm.
guys. I'm over here talking to everybody.
So if
Yeah,
anybody knows and they
I
can
really
help
don't
me,
know. I
message
really
me.
don't know at all if anybody. And dude, honestly, I mean, it works on my MacBook, but I also use a desktop,
Yeah,
and I
I'm an
also
ear.
I haven't tried it on my Chromebook yet. I don't know. I mean, I just use my big ass computer when I'm streaming for this, and then
I need to
if I'm
probably
just
use a
TikTok, my phone.
desktop. I was trying to be mobile.
That's right. Tap that screen, guys. Tap that screen. Dude,
Does
I tried to
anyone
stream.
know if Morbid's going live tonight?
He
Yeah, he's probably
mentioned
gonna
he
go
might.
live, and of course, I'm not gonna be able to be on there. Of course. Again, it just seems like every fucking night that he goes live, I'm unable to go. Like, dude, I'm gonna jump out the. Never mind.
Oh,
All right. I'm like, dude, I can't
I
even
know
go.
everyone misses you.
I
Yeah,
know it's
like
fucking ass.
it's not because she doesn't want to be on it. It's the fact that she's busy.
I mean, I don't even want to be
Busy
busy doing
human
that.
being.
Guys, come on. Follow, like, subscribe, do all the things because that is how you can spend more time with me. That's how I can spend more time with you guys. That's how we can do this. Krista Marie, guys, says that you need to post StreamYard into your Safari tab. So there's that. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Thanks for all the gifts. You guys are amazing. Okay. All
I
right.
use
So
Chrome. I don't use Safari. I don't like Safari.
yeah, I don't use me either. I'm like Safari. Oh, what's good with that drink, yo? Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Guys, don't forget to tap that screen. Don't forget to like, follow, share, subscribe. Yes, all the things. HBO Plus Inheritance. No one is talking about it. She has more money than we know. Who you talking about? Nikki. Nikki, who are you talking about? Always miss his lives due to time difference. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to miss him. And I'm like a panel person, which is like even worse because I'm like supposed to be there. Like
Right.
roll, not bug. Fucking not bug. Oh, I have a question for you. Oh, and I know. Listen. Oh, dude, awesome. Thanks. Okay, I know you're listening, and probably more than likely you're watching. I know how you are, and I bet you have one open on your laptop and you have one open on your cell phone. So I'm just gonna say this one time. Hi. Okay, so don't worry about that, guys.
Ow.
I know you're watching. I know you're watching. Because why wouldn't you be? Okay. No, we're not doing that. Mods, we're not doing that. All right. Okay. I'm gonna share my screen now. Like, I got the coolest mods, dude. They just be like, no, and I'm like, no, and they're like, okay, and I'm like, no, and they're like, okay. But actually, they're always yelling at me. My mods are always yelling at me because I'm always not doing what they're telling me to do. They're like, "Bug, come on, bro," and I'm like, awkward. All right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the screen so that we can all see just the screen and not us. All right, and let's continue on with. I think I rewound just a little bit from yesterday, guys. Wait a minute, I didn't do the bug break. Fuck. It's all right. Let's just start watching this. It's already 1:45, and I'll do a bug break in a second. But let's watch this.
Plane flew over top of my car. It was real close. Something glass, a loud noise happened,
Thank you,
and the
Camo.
pole came through the dashboard right through the car. I stopped the car in the middle of the street. It didn't stop straight. It stopped at an angle. As far as the plane went through, it didn't come back in until I stopped the car and got out. Then I looked for the plane. There was no plane. but it was quiet. If had nobody seemed to have indicated where something happened, I wouldn't have known. And I was there. I mean, I'm there. And the plane, the wing spread would have been from that house, maybe halfway in my house.
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. For those of you guys that are just now joining us, I'm sorry if you already missed it, but it'll be on the replay. We went over the autopsy and the toxicology, and it's the whole thing. I actually read it for you guys. So yeah, you guys definitely, it'll be on the replay on other platform you watch. Yes. So for those of you guys that don't know what we're watching, we're only 47 minutes into the documentary, and I actually rewound a little bit of it. This is called Loose Change. So we're diving into conspiracy theories over here too, because I'm trying to tell you guys, this platform right here knows no boundaries. Okay. So we're just going to keep going with all the different things because you guys like it. I like it. And we are all a Buggernaut family. And that's how we do it. So, I take suggestions. But this is basically debunking the mainstream story that we've been told about 9/11. So it goes into detail. They've already talked about couple of the pilots and how there's no way in hell these gentlemen could have done anything like this, or it's like, I don't know. So basically right now yes, it is the Pentagon. They're talking about that. I appreciate it, Jordan. Thank you. You guys are killing it over here with the likes. I can't believe it. My ear is so itchy right now. That's cool. All right, let's keep going. I just want to let you guys know what we were watching and all that. Listen, Squirrels, why don't you email Krista? Why don't you email her so she can describe it to you in a better way? Because I've tried to explain it to you, and I think there's a little bit of a like you're trying. I know what you're trying to do, and you don't have to do that. And Krista, you can try to explain it.
And the big wing, the big motors underneath of them, and nothing was left out.
Those that think a 757 did not hit are fueled by the damage to the building and lack of large structural debris outside, particularly the lack of damage from the wings and vertical stabilizer, and the fact that those objects, as well as the engines, were never fully recovered.
Is there anything left of the aircraft at all?
First of all, the question about the aircraft, there are some small pieces of aircraft visible from the interior during this firefighting operation I'm talking about, but not large sections. In other words, there's no fuselage sections and that sort of thing.
They said it was a plane, and I didn't see any pieces of any plane, and I couldn't believe that a plane hit the building.
There are numerous parts to a 757 that are virtually indestructible. To date, we have not seen a single piece positively identified as Flight 77's. The fact that an exit hole inside the Pentagon is not explained by any official report on the attack. The fact that there was no impact damage on the lawn. And the fact that out of the videos that have been released, none of them clearly show a 757. The outer wall will collapse 20 minutes later, leaving a hole approximately 70 feet wide. What hit the building may be important. However, our focus should be on why it was hit in the first place. The section hit was the headquarters of Naval Operations, Naval Intelligence, and the Navy Command Center. Army personnel were also killed. A number of accountants and budget analysts were also present at the time and killed in the attack. The Arlington County After Action Report states that important budget information was in the damaged area. It's interesting that 24 hours prior, Donald Rumsfeld publicly made this announcement.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
According to the 9/11 Commission report, the military was unprepared for the transformation of commercial aircraft into weapons of mass destruction.
Counterterrorism forecaster Marvin Citron authored a report in 1994 for the Department of Defense, warning of Washington's vulnerability to terrorist attack.
We predicted a plane could have crashed into the Pentagon. That's about as specific as you can be. If you made a right turn at the Washington Monument, you could hit the Pentagon. A left turn, you could hit the White House.
Back on October 24th, 2000, the Pentagon conducted MASCAL, a mass casualty exercise which simulated the impact of a Boeing 757 into the building.
I'm very curious, and as time goes by, it makes you more curious as you have time to dwell on the details and all the information that's becoming available. I can't drive my car that well, but I can't imagine somebody just climbing behind the wheel of an airplane and doing what they did and doing it so well. Basically, it was the strangest day I've ever spent in my entire life. It was like in slow motion. I get chills every time I hear the audio. I physically, I swear I get chills every time I watch the video. I can feel the heat. I can smell the fuel, or I can smell the burning. There's been a lot of curiosity.
Dude, this shit makes no sense. Like what? And they really try to sell this story, and I don't know. Even at the young age that I was, I still was like, wait, what? How does that make sense? Oh.
I think in time, and even for me who was there, I still have questions of, did I really see what I think I saw? You know, when you're led to believe and you think you believe what you think you saw, I think that you begin to buy into it. But the more you dwell on it and the more the evidence comes forward, the questions get larger and larger and larger. I'd like some conclusion. I mean, I'm sure the families would, and I'm sure the military knows a lot more than we do in the government. But I'm just astounded that they don't share more of the information that's available.
If the government was 100% forthcoming and wanted to squelch any doubt as to what happened, why have they controlled the evidence so strongly? Why is there no positive identification of Flight 77? Why, when Vice President Dick Cheney was aware of an incoming aircraft up to 50 miles away, were employees allowed to remain in the building, had a single alarm gone off inside the Pentagon, 125 people would be alive today, and hundreds more would not be suffering.
And when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the vice president, "Do the orders still stand?" And the vice president turned and whipped his neck around and said, "Of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary?"
Norman Minetta's testimony would be completely unreported by the 9/11 Commission. It would also be censored from the online archives of commission hearings. A spokesperson from the National Archive claimed that it was a technical snafu. The 9/11 Commission will later conclude that Vice President Dick Cheney did not reach the bunker until 9:58.
My main concern is that in your testimony, you stated that Vice President Dick Cheney came into the POEC office at 9:20 when you arrived, and he was already there. He was gone in front of Meet the Press, and he said that he was there at 9:38.
They did that because they'd received a report that an airplane was headed for the White House.
This is Flight 77, which had left Dulles.
77. It left Dulles. Best we can tell, they came initially at the White House.
The plane actually circled the White House?
Didn't circle it, but was headed on a track into it.
Tracking it by radar.
And when it entered the danger zone and looked like it was headed for the White House was when they grabbed me and evacuated me to the basement. The plane obviously didn't hit the White House, turned away and we think flew a circle and came back in and then hit the Pentagon.
Yeah, the 9/11 Commission report, it's in there at 9:58. That morning. 58? Yeah, I don't know if you got a chance to read it, but it puts it half an hour later. So I don't mean to ask a rhetorical question, but to the best of your recollection, was Vice President Dick Cheney already there at 9:20?
The flight you're referring to is the
flight that came into the Pentagon.
This was
before Flight 77.
Before American Airlines went into the Pentagon.
Norman Mineta was in the bunker with Cheney. And so the fact that wasn't in the 9/11 Commission report was rather odd, don't you think? Yeah. Who was that young man? Did anybody ask who that young man was?
How could Dick Cheney, or anyone in the administration, especially after an aide warned him a plane was 50 miles out and 2 planes had already struck the World Trade Center, allow the Pentagon to be struck?
Am I prepared to believe that Dick Cheney would be capable of knowing about this kind of attack on the Pentagon, for example, and allowing it to happen? Well, from what I know about Dick Cheney, yeah.
So this is where it's gonna start showing the building. So I know that, for some people they're I hope that most of you guys are able to watch this as it is a historical event. But just want to let you guys know that this does show other things. So you might hear that sound. If you guys remember what that sound was, those sounds, they're on here. So whereas all the other ones have edited them out because they're mainstream media, this one is doing all the stuff. And there's the me too. And there was the firefighters with the cameras. I can find that too, because that's interesting, especially when you take into consideration this. All right, let's take this down so you guys can see what's up. All right, here we go.
9:59.
Welcome in,
New
everybody.
York City,
Thank you
New
so
York.
much. Like, follow, stream,
The
subscribe.
South Tower of the World Trade Center, 110 stories tall, collapses to the ground in approximately 10 seconds. 29 minutes later, the North Tower follows suit, also collapsing in approximately 10 seconds. Later that evening, at 5:20, World Trade Center Building 7, 47 stories tall, collapses to the ground in under 7 seconds. The official explanation is that
The fucking World Trade Center 7, that shit makes no sense at all. That right there is dude, and they all fall in demolition style. You'll see. What's up, yo? Welcome in.
falling debris from the North Tower created a series of fires inside the building. If this is true, it would be the third steel frame skyscraper in history to completely collapse because of damage and fire. The first two would be the Twin Towers. February 23rd.
Yo, so I tried to tell y'all that this is a very, very detailed documentary. So there's shit that I want to say, but it's dude, they're gonna say it. Yeah, exactly. Jordan says the building was not up to code at all if they fell like that. No, dude, this is a demolition, straight up. Watch these buildings that they use as an example. And as you just heard, there's only 3 buildings that have ever fallen because of fire. These 3. Here we go.
1991. One Meridian Plaza, a 38-story skyscraper in Philadelphia, burned for 18 hours across 8 floors. It is later described by officials as the most significant fire of the century. It did not collapse. October 17, 2004. A 56-story skyscraper in Caracas, Venezuela, built in 1976, burned for over 17 hours and spread across 26 floors. It did not collapse. February 13th, 1975. A 3-alarm fire broke out between the 9th and 14th floors of the North Tower.
No one died. The building was unoccupied. The fire began in an electrical wiring closet on the 11th floor. There should have been fire stops to prevent it from spreading, but there weren't. The fire spread to 6 other floors. Even without a sprinkling system, fire department officials and building officials here say that there's no chance the World Trade Center could become a type of towering inferno.
The fire is so intense, it leads to the installation of sprinkler systems, which would come in handy on May 19th, 1975, when 7 fires strike the complex. The South Tower had garbage fires dispersed between the 25th and 36th floor, and the North Tower had a fire on the 11th floor. 6 of the fires were minor, but the 7th on the 32nd floor of the South Tower caused heavy damage. Guess what? They did not collapse. September 11th, 2001. 2 110-story skyscrapers, completed in 1973, burned for 56 minutes over 8 floors and 103 minutes over 5 floors, respectively, before collapsing completely to the ground. Some argue that this was due to the construction of the Twin Towers. The Twin Towers were composed of 200,000 tons of steel and 425,000 cubic yards of concrete. The core of each tower was a rectangular pillar 87 by 133 feet, comprised of 47 steel box columns ranging from 36 by 16 to 52 by 22 inches. The North Tower was completed in 1970, standing at 1,368 feet tall, and the South Tower was completed in 1973, reaching 1,362 feet tall, making them the tallest buildings in the world at the time. They were designed to withstand multiple impacts from a Boeing 707, the largest aircraft at its time. An analysis released in 1964 claims that the buildings were investigated and found to be safe in an assumed collision with a 707 traveling at 600 miles per hour. Such collision would result in only local damage which could not cause collapse or substantial damage to the building. A 707 has 4 engines instead of 2, and its cruise speed is 607 miles per hour. The Boeing 767s that struck the North and South Tower were traveling at 440 and 540 miles per hour, respectively.
This is I don't believe they show all of it, but this is actually footage from the shit that I was just telling you guys about. The footage of the firefighters. There's a couple different crews that had cameras with them.
Oh shit!
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
I believe if we can get in touch with him, we have a witness who saw what happened at the World Trade Center.
This apparently was a commuter plane that smashed into it with such force that the windows of the Pick-a-Bagel smashed with a big bang. Everybody was very frightened.
Did you manage to see what kind of plane it was?
I couldn't tell. It was a smaller plane. It looked like a smaller plane, but I couldn't tell. I'm not really ssure.
A medium-sized body plane with engines on both sides. Almost like a gray-black color in nature on the.
Yeah, over here, that dang Harley Quinn said they have a beautiful memorial there. Yeah, they do. I've been there and I've been inside the museum and stuff like that. Pretty intense. A couple things are a little questionable, but yeah, guys, this shit is just like what. I don't think anybody that was alive that day, I don't think anyone's gonna forget that day, in all honesty. Damn. Sorry to hear that, Krista. Because I do know that you're up there. Yeah, okay, let's keep going.
I would say it wasn't a huge jet, but it was a plane that sounded like it was a fighter jet overhead.
I work right next door at 74 Trinity Place. We heard the first one come in. I didn't know where it was. It sounded like a missile.
Oh my God, Ed, another plane just hit the World Trade Center. Another plane. It was a medium-sized plane. Unbelievable.
It would appear, Jim, as if there's more smoke coming from the ground.
And we used to have another, we have, things have fallen to the ground and are burning. And we have.
One gentleman told me he was on the 65th floor standing next to an elevator when the elevator exploded and knocked him out of his shoes. Another woman said that she was working on the 49th floor and she's seen people in the stairwells with burns, broken arms. People are passing out of the stairwells from the heat. She says there's a lot of heat and smoke. It's a horrible scene here. I'm live at Broadway and Fulton. Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
All right, thank you, Allison.
Basically, there's people running around down the street. All the glass panes that are on the bottom part of the World Trade Center are all blown out. When I first heard it and ran over to the window, it looked like there was fire on the bottom floor.
Well, they're ahead there. And all of this, the world.
Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The building fell. Are you there? The building just fell.
sounded like the 4th of July. You heard a big explosion before the building fell?
I saw it as it was happening, and it sounded as if you had 100 of those little black cat firecrackers and you lit them all off at once. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like the finale of the 4th of July over the East River.
Oh my
We just witnessed some kind of secondary follow-up explosion.
10 o'clock Eastern time this morning, just collapsing on itself. We have no idea what caused this.
Almost looks like one of those planned implosions.
As if a demolition team set off. When you see the old demolitions of these old buildings, it's folded.
And you see like the news, because man, they're like, we got to conceal this. Like, we can't let media get, so we need everyone to kind of be in shock. Oh my God, it's not that, dude. I can't fucking text when I'm online. I really wish I should just start pulling my thing out. I should should start keeping my tablet over here so that I can text from that. Whatever. Yeah. And did you guys, what I was gonna say was, did you guys hear the dude? He was like, I don't know which channel it was from, but he was like, you know, looked like it imploded. Like, it's like demolition. That's what it is. Don't worry, it's gonna go into that. Don't worry, guys. It's getting there. Trust and believe. We just started with all of this.
Down on itself, and it is not there anymore.
If you wish to bring anybody who's ever watched a building being demolished on purpose knows that if you're going to do this, you have to get at the under infrastructure of a building and bring it down.
Right now, police have to determine is whether that explosion was caused from the initial impact of the plane or whether it was something that was exploded on the ground. Generally speaking, for a building to collapse in on itself like that, it would seem to indicate that there could have been an explosion, a bomb planted on the ground that would make the building collapse within itself.
By that evening, eyewitnesses and experts alike were rushing to defend the official narrative of events, claiming that raging jet fuel fires melted the steel inside the Twin Towers.
I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just ream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse.
Fox News.
One first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
When one of those airplanes crashed into one of the towers, it was the equivalent of a 6-point earthquake.
Marlene Davis is the Dean of Architecture at the University of Tennessee. She calls the 110-story tall twin tower tube structures. That means there are no internal columns holding it up.
You know, when we saw this yesterday, people said, oh my goodness, there was a bomb on there. There must have been a bomb that
must
collapsed.
Have been a bomb below.
Right, that finished the job. Well, it turns out we heard from experts who said that, you know what, the fire on those floors, probably 1,500 degrees. Steel can only withstand so much because the steel structure that holds the building up was on the outside, and essentially the building started to melt and it gave way and it toppled.
Engineers suspect the temperatures inside the crash areas could have quickly reached well over 1,000 degrees, perhaps approaching 2,000 degrees, beyond the melting point of any steel.
They were not designed, perhaps, to take a direct strike from something the size of a 737 or an Airbus, perhaps fully loaded with.
They did not hesitate on trying to get some narrative out there. Like, all right, now that this has happened, what the fuck? They're like, all right, bro. Got hot. The fuel. That's what happened. That was the fuel. It was it. The fuel that exploded and all burned right away. That was it. The fuel that completely exploded. Right? Because, all right, this is all alleged, and this is all for entertainment purposes, of course. But let's just say, for instance, that the airplane hit it, right? Well, that fuel, that was the explosion that you saw, right? That was the fuel. So, I mean, I don't know much about jet fuel, but I can tell you right now, I've made plenty of fires before, and gas of all different types and oils and stuff. Now, oil burns differently than that, but with something like that, it would burn pretty quickly, even oil. But the fuel, dude, that shit's gonna go like just straight up. You know, like when you put too much, like even when you put like you use actual gas to light a big bonfire, your whole eyebrows and shit is singed off. Like me, I love fire, but look at my hair. It's scary. Most of the time, just get my hair wet. Like when I work with fireworks in the summer, just get my hair wet. All right, let's keep going.
With fuel, steel will melt.
Physics professor and explosives expert Van Romero.
Even if there was no secondary explosives in the building, hitting the air, having the airplane hit the building where it did, a large amount of weight above the damaged location, that damaged location being further damaged by the fire, that structure could no longer support the weight above it, and the collapse ensues.
Numerous individuals, including some of the architects themselves, would claim that plane crashes were never taken into consideration and that the building was doomed to failure.
Hyman Brown was the project engineer on the Twin Towers, the man on the ground in charge of making sure the buildings were built right, the way it was designed.
Structural steel is
Sorry,
fireproof
YouTube.
to last.
YouTube, I'm sorry, guys. I had the disclaimer up that there really wasn't anything happening. Honestly, they're just talking and just going like B-roll. And I'm sorry to say, guys, I'm sorry for that.
Between 1 and 2 hours, which it did, and then steel melts.
Each tower was built around a central core. That core kept the building up, supporting the tower's so-called dead weight. But when steel melts, according to Brown, like dominoes, it falls. Brown says the towers were built to withstand 200-mile-an-hour hurricanes, the 100-year storm, the worst nature could dish out. But he says an airplane crash never entered anyone's mind.
However, that's not entirely true.
Yet the impact of the planes alone did not cause that failure. In fact, tall building designers try to anticipate air accidents. Marc Loiseau is president of a company called Controlled Demolition.
When this structure was designed, it was designed, to the best of my understanding, to take the impact of what was then the state-of-the-art airplane being used in our country, the Boeing 707.
The building was designed to have a fully loaded 707 crash into it. That was the largest plane at the time. I believe that the building probably could sustain multiple impacts of jetliners because this structure is like the mosquito netting on your screen door, this intense grid, and the jet plane is just a pencil puncturing that screen netting.
John Skilling, the World Trade Center's head structural engineer, told the Seattle Times after the 1993 bombing that if a plane struck the building, there would be a horrendous fire, but the building structure would still be there. On August 21st, 2002, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, commenced their investigation. NIST is a government agency that reports back to the United States Department of Commerce, headed at that point by Donald Evans and later replaced by Carlos Gutierrez, both Bush cabinet appointees. As part of their investigation, NIST contracted Underwriters Laboratories to recreate floor models from the Twin Towers for the purpose of fire resistance tests.
We heard about it in the news. We heard about it right away that the floors didn't collapse. Okay, so they tested these huge models. They're models, but they're huge. I mean, one model was essentially the same size and exactly the same as one of the types of floor sections used. And they tested it according to ASTM 119. They exposed it to much longer fire and higher temperatures than we know were present in the World Trade Center. So right away there was a problem. And that's August of 2004.
The final report was released on October 26, 2005, producing over 10,000 pages. It will not explain the actual collapse of the buildings. They only claim to get to collapse initiation and state flatly that it led to global collapse. The report, admittedly, does not actually include the structural behavior of the tower after the conditions for initiation were reached and collapse became inevitable.
We were charged with finding out the cause of the collapse, and we found what happened. I think we've scientifically demonstrated what was required to initiate the collapse. Once the collapse initiated, the video evidence is rather clear. It was not stopped by the floors below, so there was no calculation that we did to demonstrate that, what is clear from the videos.
Okay, Krista, I
NIST
got it.
concludes that they found no evidence suggesting that the World Trade Center towers were brought down by controlled demolition. Where would people get an idea like that? 1. Except for material that was blown outwards, the Twin Towers collapsed into their own footprint symmetrically at nearly free-fall speeds. Newton's laws of motion determine how long it takes an object.
Okay, this is gonna be the science part of controlled demolitions and stuff. This is very interesting.
Object to travel a certain distance in complete freefall. In a controlled environment, an object dropped from the roof of either twin tower would reach the ground in 9.2 seconds. The 9/11 Commission report will state, at 9:58, the South Tower collapsed in 10 seconds. Even NIST says the tops of the buildings came down essentially in free fall. Judge for yourself.
And our conclusion is that the building should not have fallen that rapidly if indeed fire caused the collapse. And so, in fact, there's one mechanical engineer, Gordon Ross, in the Journal of 911 Studies, who's done a thorough analysis based on conservation of momentum.
If the official story was correct, then the heating that was supposed to cause the failure would have been a much slower event, and it would have been an asymmetric event. For the tower to collapse straight down onto itself flies in the face of what we know about steel and how steel behaves. When we have a failure in one area, then the failures tend to continue within that area, and we see an asymmetric collapse, possibly the upper section falling off as it twisting away from the tower and falling off. But it's very unusual to see the upper section falling straight through the path of the greatest resistance, which was straight down through the middle of the tower. It just does not add up.
2. Molten metal exceeding 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit was discovered in the rubble of Ground Zero, underneath the Twin Towers and Building 7. Even with heavy rain on September 14th and 21st, a constant stream of fire retardants and water, described as creating a giant lake, these fires would not be extinguished until December 13th, 2001, making it the longest burning structural fire in history. Was the jet fuel responsible? Dr. Frank Gale, who was working with NIST, claimed in 2005, your gut reaction would be that the jet fuel melted the steel. Indeed, it did not. The steel did not melt.
The temperatures that we know existed within the collapse, within the debris pipe.
Whoa! Listen, I just gotta comment. All right. Although I appreciate the kind words, let me just tell you something. So Schnozberry Muffins, I love the name, says, "Hey Bug, heard about that crazy the crazy that happened last week with that chicken's coop lady. I'm sorry she's a jerk. Chin up and don't let it get you down." Absolutely, my chin wasn't down, and I wasn't down about it at all. I appreciate your kind words. I really do. I really do appreciate the kind words, but I wasn't down. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't intimidated. If that's if it came off like that, that's not a thing. But I appreciate your kind words. I really do, and I appreciate everyone's support. And you guys are gonna like. I'm gonna put a short up and a new TikTok for you guys a little while after this. my little resource group. I've talked to a few of you guys. I know you guys are watching. I'm ready for the emails and the DMs of this shit that we've spoken about. Start sending them to me now. I'm ready for them.
Are physically impossible from an atmospheric jet fuel fire. Cannot be done.
I'm curious about the pool of molten steel that was found in the bottom of the towers.
I am too.
And
Please tell me about it. Have you seen it?
well, not personally, but eyewitnesses there found huge pools of molten steel beneath the towers, and some scientists don't think that the collapse of the building could have melted all that steel.
First of all, let's go back to your basic premise that there was a pool of molten steel. I know of absolutely nobody, no eyewitness who said so, nobody who's produced it. I was on the site, I was on the steel yards, so I don't know that that's so.
You'd get down below and you'd see molten steel running down the channel rails. Like you're in a foundry.
Yeah. Like lava.
Like it was lava
from a volcano.
Underground, it was still so hot that molten metal dripped down the sides of a wall from Building 6.
However, they do hit hot spots occasionally and everything stops.
There were fires of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit below the ground.
I don't know that that's so.
There's video of it.
Melted around 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. I think it's probably pretty difficult to get that kind of temperatures in a fire.
Well, NASA pictures, thermal images showed those sorts of temperatures in the basement.
Would you send them to me?
Okay.
My name is Mark, and I'm the individual who was questioning Dr. Gross, and he asked me to email to him those thermal images. When I approached him after his talk to get his email address for that purpose, he refused to provide it to me. I think this is important because it reveals the attitude of the NIST investigators, which is one of willful ignorance of what really happened on 9/11.
As well as the molten metal in the debris, it was also observed prior to the South Tower's collapse. Also, a minute and 20 seconds before collapse.
Okay, does anybody over here on the panel have anything you want to say? Oh, I guess, Case, it's just you and me.
It's just me and you, but I don't know if my mic sounds any horrible.
No, you're fine. You're good.
Good. No, I'm just watching this. It's like a flashback. It's like PTSD for me.
Yeah, I think it is like that for a lot of people.
I mean, not in it's in a bad way, but I'm not trembling or anything. But because I lived 6 minutes from this situation, not in New York, but in Arlington.
Yes, Arlington. Yes, yeah. Quinn, you can definitely come up. I don't mind you guys. I already have it situated.
Yeah,
so that
Quinn, come up.
Come on up. But you wanna, because someone else was trying to come up on here, but I was like, nah, dude.
It's just crazy to me, thinking back, how lax it was to just hop on a flight.
Yeah. And they used to sell food on the plane and not just
Hell yeah,
nuts.
they did. They had meals. What the fuck?
They had those they had Happy Meals for kids. I mean, they all sucked, but it was still actual food. It was
You felt
damn.
like you're in luxury back then. Now there's here's some peanuts.
Yeah, here's these nuts, and do you want a soda? But you can only have half of the little small can of soda. Bro, what?
Just don't fly Frontier because they charge you for ice.
Charge you for ice.
They charge you for everything. They charge you for your bags. They charge you for your if you want a snack. They have no internet. They have no onboard shows or nothing. No entertainment.
You better take a Danny and be out like a light.
Yeah.
Like a light. All right, y'all. Let's keep going. Yo, 30K over on TikTok. Let's go. You guys are awesome. All right, let's keep going, y'all.
Large amounts of white smoke begin pouring from the base of the South Tower. Three, The concrete, and in fact, virtually everything except the metal inside the Twin Towers was pulverized as the building collapsed. This pulverized material created pyroclastic dust clouds that raced down city streets, coating lower Manhattan in a fine dust. Pyroclastic clouds generally occur during two events: volcanic eruptions and controlled demolitions. Four, steel beams weighing up to 200,000 pounds were thrown laterally up to 500 feet. A cross-section from the World Trade Center weighing approximately 300 tons was embedded in the southeastern corner of the American Express building. This piece would have had to travel at least 390 feet, maintaining enough kinetic energy to embed itself in the corner of the building.
What we should have seen in the debris pile was a pyramidal shape. If it had been a gravity-driven collapse, we would have seen a roughly pyramidal shape or a conic shape. What we actually did see was a massive ejection of dust and debris and large sections of steel from well away from the towers, tens of meters away from the towers. That's hard to see a reason for that within a gravity-driven collapse.
5. Firefighters and eyewitnesses reported a series of explosions before and during the collapses.
And we heard the noise associated with an implosion.
Secondary explosion on Tower 2.
Some sort of explosive device.
We're obviously having a bit of trouble right now maintaining our location because we just heard one more explosion.
There was another major explosion.
Do you know anything about those extra explosions we heard?
No, I do not.
Were they car bombs?
I have no idea, ma'am.
The street shook, and I heard like an explosion.
Do you know if it was an explosion or if it was a building collapse? To me, it sounded like an explosion. We heard a very loud blast.
You guys, so the footage earlier, the footage that we saw of the firefighters that were there that we saw, they were actually checking on like a gas leak or something like that. I believe something like that was going on, and then they caught that footage. Well, they continue on because obviously they're like, well, shit, because every fire, all the first responders are all called to this from like cities, like they're all here, dude. They're all coming from all over the place. And in that footage, they actually continue on, and that cameraman catches explosions in the other building. I'm not joking. They whatever building that crew goes into, I can't remember if it's the first or the second, you can hear the explosions. I watched it like I can't remember how long ago, but I know I can find it. We're about at an hour and 16 minutes. Just wanted to see if anybody wanted to say anything or whatever. 32,000 likes on TikTok. Thanks guys so much. Let's keep going. Anybody have anything they want to say? Casey, Quinn, either of you?
No, I'm good.
All right, cool.
I'm just watching and reacting to 23 years, and I can't believe that it still makes me so emotional.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then this shit is just wild because it's like, man, because they've been, and like you guys, I've been watching the chat, like you guys have been saying. Dude, you know what I really want to see? I really want to see what you guys were talking about while I was reading the thing. The like, because I wasn't able to see YouTube's comments. I really want to go back and be able to read that. So while I have this playing, I'm actually going to go see what you guys were saying about the original part, okay? Since I was watching TikTok, but I had you guys on full screen. Oh yeah. Quinn.
Explosion. They were taking photographs and securing this area just prior to that huge explosion that we all heard and felt. Not clear now is why
explosion took place when there was some sort of collapse or explosion.
From street level, as though it had exploded up, a giant rolling ball of flame, and the firefighters screamed, "Run!"
It was this blast of warm air. It wasn't hot. It was warm. And it picked me up and threw me up against the wall of the building. You were picked up off the ground. Physically picked up off the ground.
I remember an explosion. At that point, I got knocked out. I don't remember anything. Then I got up and I looked out the window because the windows exploded and the street below caved in. And at that point, there was like fireballs coming up.
An hour later than that, we had that big explosion from much, much lower. I don't know what on earth caused that.
15 minutes after they made their entry, we heard a boom. I don't know if that was the infrastructure that was going or another explosion.
Again, there has been a second explosion.
John, just seconds ago, there was a huge explosion, and it appears right now the second World Trade Tower has just collapsed.
All of a sudden, I heard rumbling, and we all started running away from it. The glass blew out and threw me onto the sidewalk, and I couldn't see for 20 seconds.
It was like holy hell coming down them stairs. And then when we finally got to the bottom, we were coming out on the mezzanine level there. And another explosion came right from it, just everyone flying.
We stuck on the stairs for a while. We finally got down to the lobby. Then we get to the lobby, it was this big explosion.
So I was real lucky. I don't know what happened to people behind me when that blast occurred.
And was actually on the 78th floor of the second tower and was evacuating the tower and experienced all these explosions and made his way back down.
We presume because of the initial explosion, there may have been secondary explosions as well that were detonated in the building by these terrorists.
There was a secondary explosion, probably a device either planted before or on the aircraft that did not explode until an hour later.
I heard a second explosion and another rumble and more smoke and more dust. I ran inside the buildings, the chandeliers shook, and again, black smoke filled the air. Within another 5 minutes, we were covered again with more silt and more dust. And then a fire marshal came in and said we had to leave because if there was a third explosion, this building might not last.
Eyewitnesses also reported that explosions had taken place in lower levels of both the North and South Tower.
Here it comes. Whoa, 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 whoa.
They were having coffee in the World Trade Center when the first plane struck.
And all of a sudden, it sounded like, I don't know where the subway is, but it sounded like a subway collision, a bomb. And it was just pounding, boom, boom, boom. And I literally thought the subway had exploded. And
the ladies that are with me were in the World Trade Center in the first building and escaped through the lobby where they believe there was a bomb in the lobby.
Just get out of the tunnel and the blue.
The subway tunnel?
Yeah.
Yes, I was right there. I was down in the basement, came down, all of a sudden the elevator blew up, smoke. I dragged the guy out, his skin was hanging off, and I dragged him out, and I helped him out to the ambulance.
And when I got up to the concourse level, it was just like gunfire and then just three big explosions.
And even the turnstile was burnt and was sticking up, and they just told us to run.
I heard the first explosion, and the elevator blew up.
And as we were coming out, we passed the lobby. There was no lobby. So I believe the bomb hit the lobby first, and a couple of seconds then the first plane hit.
Firefighter John Schroeder.
So actually, right here, what I was going to say was that I want to, dude, for the people there that they showed their names, I'm kind of interested to see if we look them up, see if they're still here, because this is a situation where people are having medical issues still to this day if they're still here, but also I think some of them have been disappeared. Seriously. Because why not throw that into the mix, right? All right. What are you guys talking about over here? What? Don't get me strike. What are you doing? Be semi-responsible. Come on. Yeah, that's exactly why. All right, let's keep going.
Arrived in the lobby of the North Tower shortly after the first plane struck.
So we're standing there in the lobby, we're getting all together. All of a sudden, we hear. I look down to my right, and the elevators exploded, something out of like a Bruce Willis Die Hard movie.
People just come running out of the elevators on fire, fireball. I mean, it was like, what is going on here? Something's up here. I mean, the plane's up there, now there's fire down here. People will run around all on fire. This is crazy. So we were heading up to the 24th floor of the stairwell, and all of a sudden we heard, Mayday, Mayday, second plane. Swift, we're looking at each other like, come on, second plane. There's no way there's a second plane. Within seconds, our building got rocked. We got bounced around in the stairwell like pinballs, man. And we just said, you know what? Time to go. We got down to the lobby, and everything was blown out, exploded. Everything was okay. We were the only ones in the lobby now. We're going, wait a second here. Where is everybody? Because the building was coming down the outside. They moved the command post to World Trade Center too. So now we're like, we didn't get no. Where is everybody? We were in the lobby. It looks like everything was exploded. Everything was gone. We're like, what is going on here? We didn't know. We were like, this is crazy. But for every window in the lobby to be exploded, I mean, them windows were like as thick as forget it. They were 2-3 inch glasses. You know, come on. They exploded out of the lobby. You know, something. It wasn't from the jet fuel. No way. The elevators exploded. They were down from the lobby. The lobby was over here. That should never have happened. Something would happen there. And that wasn't. We came down. It looked like a bomb went off in the lobby. There was no fire. It just looked like a bomb went off.
So, how was the largest and most puzzling architectural failure in history treated? The steel from the World Trade Center was mostly shipped overseas, eliminating any possibility of independent investigations.
That right there is extremely alarming. Besides all the other fucking shit that's been going on, TikTok shop. Besides all that, dude, like what are you talking about? You sent off, bro, like it's a crime scene. You sent the crime scene to go be melted down in a different country? Fuck, dude.
They like shipped it on a ship over to another country to melt down all the metal.
Yeah.
What in the? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I try to tell y'all this shit is crazy, and this documentary just it's like wild. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like this shit is crazy because it's like, bro, and there's more stuff. This is just the awesomest, and that's the thing. It's like there's so much because there's so many. It's like that report is so big, and there's like it's just rambling. You know what I mean? It's like oh, blah, 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 and like you know what we haven't gotten to. I can't even remember what number it is. We haven't even gotten to the flight that's in Pennsylvania. We haven't even gotten there. Yeah, but. Okay, but where? Okay, all right. We'll just keep going. We'll just keep.
New York City's Department of Design and Construction contracted 4 companies for debris removal. Each was assigned a specific zone and controlled and monitored by a 3-person team. The operation was so controlled that in November, each dump truck used for removal of debris was fitted with a GPS locator. One driver took an extended lunch break and was dismissed from the job. By April 2002, over 185,000 tons of debris had been removed from Ground Zero. FEMA's Building Performance Assessment Team was not even granted access to Ground Zero. They were granted a tour of the site in early October, but were forbidden from collecting samples or examining blueprints. Out of hundreds of thousands of pieces of steel, 150 were preserved at Fresh Kills landfill, from where FEMA conducted its investigation. When the Twin Towers came down, they released over 500 tons of pulverized asbestos into lower Manhattan, along with lead, barium, mercury, chromium, copper, and several other toxic chemicals. 425,000 cubic yards of concrete is pulverized. 600,000 square feet of glass is turned into dust. During the World Trade Center's construction, Spray-on fireproofing comprised of concrete and asbestos was placed on the core columns. When asbestos was outlawed in 1971, they ceased this procedure at the 64th floor of the South Tower. The Port Authority eventually realized that the asbestos presented a problem, and demolition was not an option. In 1989, the Port Authority estimated the removal of asbestos from both the World Trade Center and LaGuardia Airport would have cost up to $1 billion. By 2001, the cost for the World Trade Center buildings alone would have met or exceeded $1 billion. This money would sadly not be needed. Although it was clear that the air was not safe to breathe, the public was urged to return to Lower Manhattan. Wall Street opened back up on September 17th, and children were allowed to go back to school. Firefighters, police, and rescue workers were allowed to toil in lethal conditions using paper masks from Home Depot, while government officials walked around in hazmat suits.
My name's John Field. I was hurt at Ground Zero during the cleanup. Wow. I was only there for 5 days before I was horribly injured, and I mean horribly injured. Leading up to that day, every day I was there, I complained that it was an unsafe workplace. Someone's going to get hurt. It just happened to be me. But I let everybody know that someone would get hurt. I was there for 5.5 days. Nobody told me to wear a mask once. Nobody gave a shit when that piece of steel altered my life. But like the thousands that are suffering and sick, I didn't roll over and play dead. And I know human life takes a backseat to the almighty dollar, and that's what makes this country roll and run, is the almighty dollar. But you guys somewhere along the line lost your credibility with me.
The Environmental Protection Agency, under direct orders from the White House, told New Yorkers that the air was safe to breathe. The administrator at the time,
Bullshit. What do you guys think?
Didn't a lot of people end up getting cancer from breathing in the asbestos from that?
Yep. That's what I was just saying. So there's people that are still suffering from things to this day. There's plenty of people that if they didn't pass away that day, they passed away later, or they're on their way out as we speak, or they're actively fighting off some sort of illness. That's literally where we're at, and it doesn't end. It's an ongoing thing. Hey, what's going on, Starlight? How's it going? Welcome in.
Hey, Starlight.
Yeah, going over. Well, we did the autopsy and toxicology earlier, so if you want to check that out on the replay later. But right now we're going over our 9/11 conspiracy loose change. All right, guys, let's keep going. Yeah, this shit's just wild, man.
Christine Whitman issued an internal memo on September 12th, declaring that all statements to the media should be cleared through the National Security Council before they are released.
So what happened? The White House changed EPA press releases to add reassuring statements and delete cautionary ones. September 13th, the EPA draft release, never released to the public, says EPA testing terrorized sites for environmental hazards. The White House changes that to EPA reassures public about environmental hazards. September 16th, the EPA draft says recent samples of dust on Water Street show higher levels of asbestos. The White House version, new samples confirm ambient air quality meets OSHA standards and is not a cause for public concern. And the White House leaves out entirely this warning, that air samples raise concerns for cleanup workers and office workers near Water Street. Why all these changes?
We were told that a desire to reopen Wall Street and national security concerns were the reasons for changing the press releases.
Christy Todd Whitman should be in jail for manslaughter. Christy, go to jail. Do not piss. Go. Just go to jail. Lock yourself up. When I said that, everybody said, don't you think that's a little harsh? And I said, no. 6 months later, every politician was saying it. Everybody was saying it like it was like saying hi. I pat myself on the back for having the nerve and the audacity to say that. She took orders from Condoleezza Rice, who took orders from the White House. They knew the air was bad. They lied. You should go to jail for manslaughter. Every time somebody dies, James Sedroga, Don Jones, Tim Keller, my close personal friend who I had to go to his funeral, Officer Borgia, and the many more that have died. I take this
You guys, this, let me just put it like this. This documentary came out in 2007. So think about that.
Dang, I was 17.
Dang, you was 17, but like, dude, think about it. Think how many years it's been since you was 17. Think about that. And think how many people are still dealing with it. Yeah, right there, bro. Yo, the Love Shack says the smoking pew pew is building 7. Building 7, bro, they haven't even talked about, they said building 7 is wild. Bro, I don't know what's the craziest part of all this. I can't decide. I can't decide. All right. Okay. All right. Damn it. Oh, also, I want to tell you guys something because so you guys know how I got that stupid little I got canned or whatever, or tanned or whatever the hell you want to call it over here on TikTok at the knock of the shop at it. Well, apparently if you get like a little slap on the wrist or whatever, you can't for 30 days use your creator studio. So although I have everything hooked up perfectly for sound so that it sounds ballin' through TikTok, I can't use the studio. And because I can't use the studio, I'm unable to use it set up through my computer. Literally, I don't have access. That's where we're at. So I was slightly bugged about the 24-hour thing. But I'm bugging about the 30-day thing.
Is that the TikTok studio? Is that the same thing?
Yeah, so that's so like when it's like when you hook it up through your computer though, so that you can so I have my stuff hooked up through a mixer that goes into my interface.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I have it set up like as like a whole like musician and stuff, and I could put my bigger mixer there and add more things. I might have to do that. That'd be fun. I could like literally have like my drum set. I could have all my
nice.
Yeah, I can have all the things in there. Anyway, that's besides the point. So yeah, that's what's going on. So I have to wait 30 days, and I can't remember when that was. What was that? 2.5 weeks ago now? Was that 2 weekends ago?
Yeah, it was about 2 weeks ago, but that was still crazy that they even like reported you for anything.
All right. Well, 30 days. So I'll just keep checking back. Because I know it was.
Just don't show your abs anymore.
I know those abs was getting it right.
You're
All right,
feeling it.
let's keep going.
Don't get me started.
Oh Lord.
personally now. I take it real personal. You got an ex-mayor running for president who claims he helped us. Standing on a pile with a bullhorn, Mr. President and Mr. Giuliani, does not constitute helping anybody at all.
The EPA's public release assured people that there was no significant level of asbestos in the air, and that instead of evacuating, they could clean their homes with a wet rag. More people will die post 9/11 from these illnesses than died on the day itself. By 2006, 70% of the 40,000 Ground Zero workers had developed respiratory problems. Hundreds of them had developed cancer, and over 80 had died. To make matters
in 2006,
worse, a large majority of the victims from the World Trade Center were denied a decent burial and treated like garbage. A pile of approximately 500,000 tons of ash located at Fresh Kills landfill contains 1,148 victims that have yet to be identified. Mayor Bloomberg has repeatedly denied family members' requests, replying, "I've only visited my father's grave once." On top of all of this, human remains were discovered up to 400 feet away from the South Tower, on the roof of the Deutsche Bank building. 300 bone fragments were discovered between April 7th and 14th, 2006, and more are expected to be found. Is all of the above possible with a gravity-driven global collapse? Were the Twin Towers brought down as a result of the airplanes that struck them? and the fires that followed, or were they brought down in a controlled demolition?
All right, some new information coming in. Report from Associated Press of a large plane crashing in western Pennsylvania. This is according to officials at the Somerset County Airport. A large
Here it goes.
Plane crashing in western Pennsylvania.
We had that plane crash. I'm sorry, go ahead, Skip.
Say it again. Repeat, please, Skip.
I'm saying somebody may have made that horrible decision to go ahead and take the plane down.
10:03 a.m. Shanksville, Pennsylvania. United Airlines Flight 93 allegedly plows into an abandoned strip mine at 580 miles per hour. 20 minutes flying time from Washington, D.C. Originally, the official story is that passengers on board the plane overthrew the hijackers and sacrificed themselves to prevent further casualties. The 9/11 Commission will later conclude that hijacker Ziad Jarrah, anticipating a cockpit overthrow, crashes the plane into the ground. Debris from Flight 93 was found considerable distances from the crash site.
The debris here is spread over a 3 to 4 mile radius, which has now been completely sealed off and is being treated, according to the FBI, as a crime scene. This is one of those cases where the pictures really do tell the story, that sort of the most horrifying aspect of this particular crash scene is how little debris is visible. That's really all you see, is a large crater in the ground and just tiny, tiny bits of debris. There has been at least one report that the investigators out there, and there are hundreds of them, as I said tonight, have found nothing larger than a phone book.
Well, Darren, in the
Bullshit! Damn it! You guys, you gotta be kidding me. You just gotta be kidding me. Like, I don't, you gotta be kidding me. Like, dude, you got all these people in all these different places, all these different things that are going on, but it's just, okay. I don't believe, like, okay, all right, maybe the plane, something or other would have just, all right, maybe disintegrated up.
Like the fact that they found nothing bigger than a phone book, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, and so, okay, like, whatever about the ones that, supposedly hit the buildings or whatever, okay, that's besides the point. Where the fuck, when have you ever heard of an airplane that falls out the sky and just disappears? What? I mean, all right, I know these are shows, okay, but, a lot of times people that work on shows, they do research so that when there's things that happen, for instance, on Grey's Anatomy, like, they do the research on, like, symptoms and, like, all the different, things. So that's everything. So their plane crash on that one, the plane crash on Yellow Jackets. If you guys haven't seen Yellow Jackets, you gotta watch Yellow Jackets. Fucking awesome. And the third season's not even gonna be out until 2025. What the fuck? Anyway, but yeah, dude, this is like nothing. Like, the engines. I don't know. I don't know, guys. There might be an update to YouTube if that's what you're referring to. Mods. Okay, let's keep going. But this is just wild as hell. Welcome in, everybody. Keep tapping that screen, guys. We are at 36,000 likes on TikTok. Let's keep tapping that screen. Let's go. This is the highest we've ever gotten. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for all your support. Don't forget to like, follow, share, subscribe, and make sure you tell people to watch. The very least the beginning of this, because the good stuff was here, and I know a lot of people are at work right now because, well, actually, wait, why would they be at work today? Who at work? Because there ain't nobody in school.
I mean, the people at Scooters
the
were at
last
work
hour
today.
or so.
See.
Well, the FBI and the state police here have confirmed that they have cordoned off a second area about 6 to 8 miles away from the crater here where this plane went down. This is apparently another debris site. which raises a number of questions. Why would debris from the plane, and they identified it specifically as being from this plane, why would debris be located 6 miles away? Could it have blown that far away? Seems highly unlikely. Almost all the debris found at this site is within 100 yards, 200 yards away. So it raises some questions. We don't want to over speculate, of course.
It seems to me from covering a number of plane crashes on the scene that if nothing else, you can say this is not typical for a plane crash to be spread across an area this large.
It certainly doesn't make sense because most of the debris has been found in a very compact area within 100 yards, 200 yards, maybe a little beyond that. And then all of a sudden they're telling us 6 miles away, they have another concentration of debris. They say it's very small pieces. Most of these are very small pieces. Most of the pieces here are no bigger than the size of a briefcase, they say. And the pieces.
What is it, a briefcase or is it a phone book? But regardless, no, dude, not crashing into trees and in the ground. There's going to be, the whole airplane's going to basically be there. I'm not saying anybody would have survived. I'm just saying that the whole airplane, it would have been a lot there. Okay. Guys, everybody that's messaging me and texting me, and I see your messages. There's some things I cannot open up. For those of you that have DM'd me on TikTok, I cannot open that up. I do see the messages coming through. I just can't open or respond. And I'm watching you guys have your conversations. And do not worry, I will get to the emails and the DMs as soon as I get the chance to. I do see you guys, though. And chats, I do see you guys as well. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. Let's continue on.
This is 6 miles away, maybe even smaller than that.
Back behind me, and so
Did they find a plane in Shanksville?
within the last hour. I want to get quickly to Chris Kanicki. He was back there just a couple of minutes ago. And Chris, I've seen the pictures. It looks like there's nothing there except for a hole in the ground.
Basically, that's right. The only thing you could see from where we were was a big gouge in the earth and some broken trees. From where we could see, there wasn't much left.
Any large pieces of debris at all?
No, there was nothing that you could distinguish that a plane had crashed there.
Smoke, fire?
Nothing. It was absolutely quiet. It was actually very quiet. Nothing going on down there. No smoke, no fire. Just a couple of people walking around. They look like part of the NTSB crew walking around looking at the pieces.
How big would you say that hole was?
From my estimates, I would guess it was probably about 20 to 15 feet long and probably about 10 feet long or 10 feet wide.
What could you see on the ground, if anything, other than dirt and ash? And
you couldn't see anything. You could just see dirt, ash, and people walking around, broken trees.
From the Somerset County coroner to the mayor of Shanksville, almost every eyewitness would remark how little of the plane and its passengers remained.
But when I got there, I wondered to myself, where is it? The plane was just totally disintegrated. The only thing we didn't see were people.
Nothing to indicate that.
Yeah, so Krista over here on YouTube said, it's very odd how they find a passport in perfect condition of the hijacker 3 blocks away. Dude, they are going to cover that and they are going to go over this. Sorry, guys, I keep leaning back over. Let me move myself over this way and make it so that I can lean over to the side and still be in the shot. Okay. Dude, seriously, it actually kind of makes me laugh because it's like, bro, yeah, you yeah. It was perfectly, dude. And it's kind of like when we were watching this shit yesterday or whatever it was. And there's the one part of the ID that was left was the picture just perfectly burned around. Like, come on.
That there was even anybody on the plane.
I remember asking a state trooper that was there to be sure, is that where the plane went down? It was so hard to tell because there was nothing around.
The Pennsylvania state website puts it best. It is difficult to believe that a 757 plunged into the ground with such force that the plane literally disintegrated and created a still smoldering crater. Is there any historical precedent for a commercial airliner disintegrating upon impact?
The emergency services realize their task
Here we
is
go.
hopeless.
This is why
John
I love
Heavey
this
and his team
documentary.
confront the horror of the scene. The twisted wreckage of 191 lies scattered for hundreds of meters. Debris has smashed into the trailer park, destroying 5 homes.
In 1988, Pan Am 103 exploded in midair over the town of Lockerbie in Scotland, killing 270 people. Terrorists checked a bag containing a bomb into the hold, but didn't board the plane. The sea below them is on fire.
The governor is saying that the pilot was able to dump fuel over Jamaica Bay.
It immediately veered over to the right, and it came nose down only a block away from where I was working.
And the room just exploded. My daughter got blown through the patio doors. My wife got blown into the living room, and I got blown out the patio doors behind my daughter.
Several blocks away from the primary crash scene, the aircraft may have been rocked by vibrations severe enough to knock the engines off the wings.
Jim, let me just tell our audience what you're looking at. These are from Jamaica Bay. This is clearly a part of the plane.
Yes, that would be the horizontal stabilizer, the vertical tail fin on the back of the airplane.
In 2006, during the trial of
All right, whoever did the edit for that part was pretty funny. I like how they put it on beat with the guy dancing. All right. Yes, dude. So the passports, man, the passports and the IDs that are found in these wreckages is just nuts. Let's see, what are you guys talking about? All right, y'all are silly over here. Guys, don't forget to like, follow, share, subscribe.
Zacharias Moussaoui, the FBI managed to provide a multitude of evidence that appears to have survived a catastrophic crash in near pristine condition. Among the exhibits were a red bandana, a Kingdom of Saudi Arabia driver's license, John Talignani's driver's license, and flight attendant CeCe Lyle's personal effects, including her driver's license and Marriott hotel card. Although a 757 managed to obliterate itself upon impact, paper and fabric managed to survive without a scratch.
That is literally, I'm telling you, chat was going crazy with all that. It's like, dude, so you're telling me the metal all disappeared, but some IDs, plastic, paper, like all the cloth, and not just cloth, like one of the thinnest pieces of cloth that you can own, you know? Like, dude, 40K. I don't see 40K on my end, but I believe it. Thank you so much, guys. Wow, I can't believe it. 40K likes. Yeah, exactly. Let's
Also released pictures of an engine and 2 pieces of fuselage. It is not specified where those were found. Once again, the FBI stepped in to supervise every aspect of the investigation. They repeatedly denied family members' requests to listen to the cockpit voice recorder. The FBI gave in on April 18th, 2002, as long as the victims' relatives didn't talk about it. And for some reason, the last 3 minutes were unaccounted for. No explanation has been given. Even after Zacharias Moussaoui's sentencing, the actual cockpit voice recorder has yet to be released. The 9/11 Commission concludes that the military was not informed of Flight 93 until 10:07, minutes after it had crashed.
We heard the explosion. Actually, our power had gone off, and then we felt a tremor. We had just gotten up, and the next thing I know, it sounded like a missile came across our house. I mean, they were going that fast. It was flying. It was coming from that direction. I have no idea what it was. Oh no, it wasn't. It wasn't the aircraft that crashed. No, it's hard for me to believe that they did not know about that aircraft until 10:07. That's difficult for me to believe.
Despite the discussions about military assistance, no one from FAA headquarters requested military assistance regarding United 93, nor did any manager at FAA headquarters pass any of the information it had about United 93 to the military.
A year after 9/11, military officials were telling an entirely different story, that Flight 93 was being tracked.
In the Pentagon Command Center, there's a report of another hijacked plane, United Airlines Flight 93.
We received a report from the FAA that Flight 93 had turned off its transponder, had turned, and was now heading towards Washington, D.C. The decision was made to try to go intercept Flight 93.
The rules have changed. We could do something about it now.
Colonel Bob Marr is in command at the Northeast Air Defense Sector base in Rome, New York.
The words that I remember as clear as day was, "We will take lives in the air to preserve lives on the ground."
Marr orders his air controllers tell the pilots to intercept Flight 93.
United Airlines Flight 93 will not be allowed to reach Washington, D.C.
The closure time came and went, and nothing had happened. So you can imagine everything was very tense.
Flight 93 is about 175 miles north and west of Washington, flying over Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Up above, a fighter jet streaks by.
It was about 10:03 that the fighters reported that Flight 93 had crashed.
Eventually, of course, we never fired on any aircraft.
When you heard the plane was down without a shot being fired at it, do you remember what you said?
We just witnessed an act of heroism.
Was Flight 93 downed by hijackers in an open field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania? Or is the truth being withheld from the public?
Okay, so I know that's a dramatization, but if let's pretend that little that's what happened. That still doesn't make sense. There would still be so much debris. It wouldn't matter. It would not matter. But it was disintegrated, but not the fast one. Exactly, dude. Like that makes absolutely no damn sense.
Yeah,
dude.
like what plane crashes that you've heard of today? I mean, I know they're far and few in between, but there's usually a lot of debris and they just don't disappear and disintegrate.
Yeah, dude. And not only that, but okay, so either way you look at it, whether it just crashed because of whatever was going on inside of the airplane, they were fighting, whatever. And then or if it got shot down out of the sky. Either way, yeah. You guys, Boops over on TikTok put a little magic wand and a little magician's hat, bro. Yeah. Yo, that doesn't make any sense. Just no way. No way. But here's the thing that gets me is every time it's these pieces of paper. It's the things that are found, you guys. It's really just cracking me up. There was something else I wanted to say that was completely. Oh, you guys, last night I wanted to tell you guys something. I didn't say it earlier because I was just so excited to start this live. Guys, I couldn't sleep last night. Like literally, I tried to sleep and I just couldn't stop thinking. I was like, how do I want to do this? Like, what do I want? Because I knew I wanted to show you guys the report. I was so excited when I got it. It was like when I got a pogo stick for my 10th birthday. That was awesome. It was like super exciting. So I appreciate my peeps that got that to me. If we can continue to do things like that and get our hands on stuff and present it, that would be awesome. Let's keep doing that. I talked to you guys, the people that know what the plan is on both subjects. Can I start getting those emails? I know I've gotten a few about some things, but I think Morbid was talking about it when I think my name might have gotten brought up on Morbid. I miss you guys. But anyway, so I'm going to try my best to be in the next couple. But of course, like I just really think that I'm going to miss tonight. But I'll be listening, I guess. All right, guys. Let's continue on. I literally.
I want to tell you that we are getting word from New York right now that another building has collapsed. I understand that this is a 47-story building.
It's Building 7 of the World Trade Center, we understand, has collapsed in New York. And there you saw a video of it. Now, whether we don't even know whether this was something that was engineered for safety reasons or it just happened.
For the third time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
I heard that both Morbid and Starlight were pretty upset, but I've gotten a lot of everybody that's talked to me. They're all like, "Yo, we got you, bro."
Yeah, we all had your back. We were all like, "This is a family here. You don't f with one. When you f with one of us, you would f with all of us."
Crystal, all of Morbid's pages are all Sir Morbid X. So TikTok, it's a skeleton with a purple hood on. He's fucking awesome. But yeah. So anyway, so
Don't you think it's weird that other tower just collapsed on its own?
Oh, girl, that's what I was about to say. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, because I was like, what was I about to say? Let me flip this back around. Okay, so yeah, dude, this is Go ahead. Go ahead, Case. What were you saying?
Oh no, that wasn't me. That was my big mouth daughter. Hi guys. She said hi guys.
Okay, so but yeah, this is the one that we're talking about. World Trade Center 7. This shit. All right, I don't know what's more ridiculous. Flight 93 or World Trade Center 7. I don't know. Don't make sense to me, but not only will it explain how it went down, what went down, but why it went down. That's why I love this documentary.
In 1984, construction began on World Trade Center Building 7, a 47-story office building, 570 feet tall, and 300 feet away from the North Tower. It opened to the public in 1987 and housed offices for Department of Defense, Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Internal Revenue Service. Building 7 was considered the Central Intelligence Agency's largest station outside of Washington, D.C., and was also the Secret Service's biggest field office. Numerous cases would be closed due to its destruction. On June 8, 1999, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani's Office of Emergency Management Command Center on the 23rd floor is opened.
The command center on the 23rd floor is bulletproof and bomb-resistant, with its own air supply and generators. It's linked to city airports, the Coast Guard, and the Pentagon. Computers will soon have detailed blueprints of every major building in New York City, as well as evacuation routes. Hurricanes and heat waves would be handled here, as well as terrorist attacks. Though New York officials say their facility is not impenetrable, they're confident it could handle even the worst crisis imaginable. Deborah Fayerick for CNN, New York.
The 50,000 square foot center has reinforced, bulletproof, and bomb-resistant walls, its own air supply and water tank, beds and showers, and 3 backup generators. It has countless monitors which oversee police and fire department responses, and it is staffed around the clock. Hours before the first plane would strike the World Trade Center, Building 7's alarm system would be placed on test status at 6:47 a.m. for a scheduled period of 8 hours. This normally occurs during maintenance, and any fire alarms from the building are disregarded. After the second plane strikes the South Tower, the building's power is shut off and its tenants are evacuated. The major fires in World Trade Center 7 were as follows. On the east face, between floors 11 and 12. On the north face, on floors 7 and 12. On the west face, between floors 29 and 30. Smoke obscures the entire south face of the building. By 3 p.m., Chief Daniel Nigro of the FDNY had set up a collapse zone around Building 7. After 4 p.m., news outlets began reporting that the building had collapsed.
We are getting information now that one of the other buildings, Building 7 in the World Trade Center complex, is on fire and has either collapsed or is collapsing.
We've got some news just coming in, actually, that the Salomon Brothers building in New York, right in the heart of Manhattan, has also collapsed. Now, more on the latest building collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago, I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing. And indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were. And it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Presumably there were very few people in the Salomon building when it collapsed. I mean, there were, I suppose, fears of
Oh, dude, they're just lying. Like hardcore. Let's keep going.
possible further collapses around the area.
That's what you would hope, because this whole downtown area behind me has been completely sealed off and evacuated, apart from the emergency workers. That was done by the mayor, Rudy Giuliani.
Jane, I think many of us, when we heard the news, perhaps on the radio earlier today, were completely flabbergasted by it and just couldn't comprehend it. I mean, it almost sounded too far-fetched. I was wondering what it's felt like for you being in Manhattan. Well, unfortunately, I think we've lost the line with Jane Stanley in Manhattan. Perhaps we can rejoin her and follow that up later.
Where did CNN and BBC get their information, especially considering the building was still standing directly behind their reporters?
Dude, guys, I just... This guy's a bug. Are you pro Rudy? No. Rudy? That clown. No, dude. No. This is funny, man. Oh my God. Let's keep going.
The collapse of the building at 5:20 p.m. would cause speculation as to how it fell. The collapse of the main structure takes place in approximately 6.5 seconds, and the building falls symmetrically into its own footprint, barely damaging the surrounding structures. It will create a pyroclastic cloud that mushrooms down surrounding streets. Initially, it is assumed that the building's diesel tank may have been responsible for the collapse. The Federal Emergency Management Agency's report in 2002 will state that the specifics of the fires in WTC 7 and how they caused the building to collapse remain unknown at this time.
FEMA does analyze the collapse of Building 7, but then they say our best hypothesis has only a low probability of occurrence. This needs further investigation. And I certainly agree with them on that. Then NIST has handed the ball. It's kind of a hot potato. Okay, NIST, you explain the collapse of World Trade Center 7, this rapid, straight down collapse of this 47-story skyscraper.
Sadly, by this time, virtually all structural steel from Ground Zero had been recycled, and no steel was recovered from Building 7 for investigation. As of this date, NIST is still working on their final report.
Well, NIST decoupled the study of the collapse of Building 7 from the analysis of the collapse of the towers. So now it's sitting over here. The report on the collapse of Building...
All right, let's see. You guys are saying I'm freezing. Let me see what's going on over here. Double check everything's all right. My internet's fine. Let me, I'm just getting a lot of notifications. Like, they're coming out the ass, dude. It's crazy. All right. I hope it's clearing up for you guys. All right. Anyway, yeah, dude. This is crazy. No, I don't have any strikes. No. It's probably just because I've been live for a little while. My phone's just probably like, rant. That's all it probably is. It's not really that much going on. Let me know if it keeps doing it, and then what I'll do is I'll change my I'll just turn my data on or something like that. Maybe the Wi-Fi doesn't like me right now. All right, let's keep going. Thanks for all the likes, guys. Don't forget to like, follow, share, subscribe. You can follow me on all your favorite social media and music platforms. What the bug? Let's do it. Don't forget to go follow the other don't forget to go follow me on TikTok, especially What the Bug, and also Moose the Legend. That's my backup for now.
7 from NIST is long overdue. We're still waiting for it, hoping they have an explanation.
We are looking at it. There's actually a very good write-up recently from controlled demolition experts, which you probably ought to read. We haven't finished the investigation yet, so I'm not at liberty to talk about any intermediate findings.
The collapse is assumed to be caused by a combination of fire and structural damage. Did any other surrounding buildings suffer a complete collapse at near freefall speed? Building 3, a 22-story building directly below the Twin Towers, was split in half by the South Tower's collapse. Although the building was severely crushed by falling debris, the structure remained standing. Building 4, a 9-story building east of the South Tower, was almost completely destroyed. The remaining structure did not collapse. Building 5, a 9-story building east of the North Tower, suffered from severe fires and structural damage. Building 6, an 8-story building between the North Tower and Building 7, suffered a giant gouge in its roof and severe fires. Neither Building 5 or 6 suffered global collapse. Neither did the Deutsche Bank building, which stands to this day and is currently being demolished beam by beam. Neither did the Millennium Hotel across the street.
So over here on YouTube, Love Shack Sarah says the best is when they announce Building 7 collapsed before it collapsed. Yes.
Building 7 burns over a number of floors and suffers structural damage to its south face before collapsing completely to the ground. Did anything occur inside the building that might cause a collapse?
We started walking down the stairs. We made it to the 8th floor. Big explosion. Blew us back into the 8th floor. And I turned to Hesh. I said, this is it. We're dead. We're not going to make it out of here.
And we have Frank Uciardo back on the phone with us, Brenda, with some New York City officials. Frank, go ahead.
That's right. I'm standing here right now just off Broadway by City Hall with Michael Hess, who is the city's corporation counsel. Mr. Hess, you were trapped in, I believe, 7 World Trade Center. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was. I was up in the Emergency Management Center on the 23rd floor, and when all the power went out in the building, another gentleman and I walked down to the 8th floor where there was an explosion, and we've been trapped on the 8th floor with smoke, thick smoke all around us for about an hour and a half. But the New York Fire Department, as terrific as they are, just came and got us out.
Their experience is mentioned by NIST's interim report on Building 7. However, the authors claim it is the collapse of the North Tower. The glass on the ground floor was not even blown out. Would debris and smoke rushing up the stairway be described as an explosion? So, we have a 47-story steel-framed skyscraper, which housed various government agencies and numerous important documents, damaged less than the other World Trade Center buildings. At 5:20 p.m., all structural elements inside Building 7 simultaneously fail, and it collapses symmetrically, imploding into a pile of rubble. This building had 81 columns, 24 core and 57 perimeter, running from the basement to the roof. For the building to have collapsed the way it did, all 81 of these columns had to collapse simultaneously. Could fires on a few floors have heated up all these columns to the breaking point at the same time? Let's ask the 9/11 Commission.
Governor King, may I ask another question, please? At 5:20 p.m. on September 11th, World Trade Center building number 7, 47-story modern frame steel skyscraper that no plane hit, collapsed into a neat little pile onto itself. And exhibiting all the characteristics of controlled demolition.
Don't ever believe somebody that's got not one but two, for some reason, sex. Like, don't ever believe somebody that's face looks like this. Promise you, you're not gonna get anything out of it. Nothing good.
FEMA, in their investigation, didn't say that. They said that the fire must have knocked it down, but they couldn't figure out how. Video evidence shows what appears to be explosive squids going up the side of the building from south to north or from bottom to top as the building collapsed. There was molten metal found in the basement of that building at temperatures that exceeded anything normal fire could cause. With all the confusion about what happened to Building 7, why is there not a word about the collapse of that building in the 911 Commission report?
We didn't see any evidence of the kind of thing you're talking about. We thought that was part of the tragedy of 9/11. The building collapsed later on. There was not a lot of loss of life in that building. And it was not part of our report.
Not part of the report. Thanks.
Go ahead.
So for the 9/11 Commission to totally ignore that, I think is unconscionable and shows that they did not do a thorough job.
Did Building 7 collapse because of damage from the falling North Tower? Or was it also a controlled demolition?
Die moesten het doen terwijl het binnen nog brandde.
Ja, dat is vreemd. Dat is vreemd.
De reactie op de beelden die we laten zien is onbevangen.
Zie je vanaf boven gaan? Nee, je gaat vanaf onder.
Die gaat vanaf onder, ja.
Toch?
Ja.
Ze hebben gewoon kolommen weggeblazen. Er is nagesprongen.
Dit valt anders dan het World Trade Center.
Vind je niet dan?
Ja, je ziet het, de onderste verdiepingen gaan eerst.
Ja, en de rest zakt er gewoon in. Dus dit is controlled demolition.
Zeker weten.
Zeker weten. Er is nagesprongen. Dit is in opdracht gebeurd. Dit heeft een team gedaan van experts.
Maar het is ook op 11 september gebeurd.
Dezelfde dag?
Dezelfde dag.
Dezelfde dag? Weet je dat zeker?
Ja.
Was het zeker weten de 11e? Dat kan heel waar zijn.
7 uur nadat de World Trade Center naar beneden viel.
Ja? Hebben ze hard gewerkt.
That's a big deal to have an expert that's like, yeah, dude, that's awesome. And then on top of it, you know, he didn't even know that it was like the day of. This is all for educational and entertainment purposes, whatever. It's not, I don't claim any rights to any of this or anything like that. It's fair use. Anyway, yeah, dude, it's just wild. It's just wild. It's like these experts are like, bro. And then to see his face, he's like, really? He's like, wait. He's like, this was on the 11th? And it's like, what? So you can see him like thinking like, wait a minute, all right. Well, then that kind of confirms my theory of the two main towers going down. You can like see him thinking that. That's what's crazy. All right. Let's keep going. Guys, thanks for all the likes. They're over here on TikTok trying to get me to 50K likes. You guys are just already so amazing. This is the most we've ever had, 46,000. This is awesome. You guys are so amazing. Shout out to my mods on both. You guys are all awesome so much. Chris, Jetica, Jeff, Crystal, Jordan, Casey. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Let's keep going, guys.
In the aftermath of 9/11, citizens and politicians alike would demand that steps be taken to ensure such attacks never happen again. In late January 2002, Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle receives calls from both President Bush and Vice President Dick Cheney, urging him to limit the investigation to the House and Senate committees. The administration would continue to oppose the investigation until November 2002, when Congress creates the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States to make a full and complete accounting of the circumstances surrounding the attacks. Democratic leaders concede several aspects after the White House threatens to create the commission by executive order, giving themselves considerable control. President Bush officially signs it into law November 27, 2002, and names Henry Kissinger as chairman of the 9/11 Commission. The Chicago Tribune puts it best. Kissinger is known more for keeping secrets from the American public than telling the truth. On December 13, 2002, Kissinger resigns from the 9/11 Commission, due mostly to a congressional demand that he disclose his private business clients. It would later be revealed that Kissinger was a chief advisor to the Bush administration regarding the Iraq War, a lie which has now cost more American lives than 9/11 itself. Thomas Kean and Lee Hamilton are named as chairman and vice chairman of the 9/11 Commission. By December 16, 2002, the 10 initial members of the 9/11 Commission have been appointed onto the stage. And the man missing from this picture? Philip Zelikow, Executive Director. He would shape both the commission and its final report. The 9/11 Commission begins its investigation with a time frame of 18 months and a starting budget of $3 million. January 27, 2003. The 9/11 Commission holds its first hearing in Washington, D.C. Vice Chairman Lee Hamilton will claim a few days later, "We're not interested in trying to assess blame. We do not consider that part of the Commission's responsibility." March 26, 2003. The Bush administration denies the Commission's request for an additional $11 million in funding. 3 days later, the Commission is offered $9 million, and they accept. In April 2004, President Bush agrees to testify before the 9/11 Commission, but only if Vice President Dick Cheney joins in. Why did they insist on appearing together?
The 9/11 Commission wants to ask us questions. That's why we're meeting, and I look forward to meeting with them and answering their questions.
Why you're appearing together rather than separately, which was their request?
Because it's a good chance for both of us to answer questions that the 9/11 Commission is looking forward to asking us, and I'm looking forward to answering them.
On April 29th, 2004, behind closed doors, President Bush and Vice President Dick Cheney appear together before the 9/11 Commission for approximately 3 hours. They are not placed under oath. Their testimony is not recorded, and the Commission's notes are subject to White House censorship.
President, as you know, a lot of you wanted to appear jointly with the
Okay, shit. Sorry, guys. Okay, so what I was gonna say was that so they're not under oath. They're appearing together. They did it for 3 hours. You know what? Did you know that they did something similar with Clinton? And he was in there for they gave them 4 hours. Like Ken Starr and all them. And they gave them 3 hours with both of them in there. I don't know. But I mean, look, Bill Clinton's just trying to get that bop bop bang bang, you know what I'm saying? So like for real, wasn't even that serious, bro, honestly.
the vice president so that you two could keep your story straight or something.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you think of the value of appearing together and how you would answer those critics?
Yeah, first of all, look, I mean, if we had something to hide, we wouldn't have met with them in the first place. I came away good about the session. I think they found it to be useful. Yeah, Adam.
Mr. President,
Yes.
don't you think that the families deserve to have a transcript or to be able to see what
Adam,
you
you
said?
asked me that question yesterday.
For an
I got
answer
the
today.
same answer, yeah.
May 19th, 2004. Rudolph Giuliani testifies before the 9/11 Commission.
We will now hear from our first witness, the very distinguished former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani. Mayor Giuliani, would you please rise and raise your right hand and place you under oath?
And the fact that so many of them interpreted it that way kept a much calmer situation and a much better evacuation. These people.
I would please ask.
My son was murdered!
We're simply wasting time at this point, which should be used for questions. Please.
Thomas Kane and Lee Hamilton will later claim in their book, Without Precedent, that they were too soft on Mayor Giuliani. One of the questions they failed to ask was who warned him that the South Tower was going to.
You were too soft on Rudy Giuliani, really? You didn't think that at the time?
Collapse.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
I can, Peter.
Are you talking about did you go immediately to the Office of Emergency Management?
I went down to the scene and we set up headquarters at 75 Barclay Street, which was right there with the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, and we were operating out of there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse. And it did collapse before we could actually get out of the building.
Who didn't warn everyone in the building?
I admire that greatly, and I think that may
Are dead.
They were not very well be one of the reasons for your leadership and your cooperation.
Give me 2 minutes to rebut. Let's ask the real I want to know why 300 firemen died. And I've got some real questions. Let's ask some real questions. Is that unfair?
The 9/11 Commission would release its final report on July 22nd, 2004, and closed its doors on August 21st.
So the 9/11 Commission was a cover-up. Question is what it was covering up. The charitable explanation is gross negligence, malfeasance, misfeasance, and what you call it, okay?
If you can't read all 571 pages of the report, in August 2006, the 9/11 Report comic book was released. It should tell you all you need to know.
Wait, they made a comic book?
Yeah, I guess so. But you know what else is also kind of crazy is that there's so many things, and I would like to see if I can like find different clips, but there are so many things in so many different cartoons and books and movies that were like literally different like little subliminal messages about the Twin Towers. It's really crazy. I think Johnny Bravo is one of them. Dude, there's a lot of cartoons. I know, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. You guys are liking the shit out of it, and I see 40. I don't even see that many, Crystal. Okay.
On the morning of September 11th, 19 Arabs boarded 4 commercial airliners at 3 different airports and crashed them into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon with 0 military intervention. Or, we have been and continue to be lied to about the events of September 11th, and that elements within the United States government and mainstream media continue to cover up the truth. These are the same people that lied about weapons of mass destruction. They endorsed a lie that's killed several 100,000 innocent people overseas. Could they also endorse a lie that killed almost 3,000 innocent people in our own country? Our entire foreign and domestic policy has been based upon the events of September 11th. It has enabled the passage of Patriot Act 1 And 2, established the Department of Homeland Security, facilitated the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq, and used to pass the Military Commissions Act, which officially ended habeas corpus.
Habeas corpus in Latin means you have the body. It's a provision in the law where no one can just scoop up someone, put them in.
I want to say something because honestly, there's actually because this is Loose Change Final Cut, and because they had been adding stuff, and there's actually stuff missing because they didn't talk about the gold or any of that stuff. So we might have to go back into this, but I'll let you guys watch the last little bit, and then just have a little while longer to hang out, and then I'm getting off of here. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going.
In a black hole and keep them there without that person having the right to appeal to a court and say, you have the body, now what do you charge this person with, and what redress does he or she have?
As well as domestic surveillance, all in the name of fighting terrorism. And who ends up paying for all this? You do. Your children do. When President Bush entered office, he inherited a $284 billion surplus. His administration is now responsible for 4 out of the top 5 deficits in history. The 5th place belongs to his father. As of November 2nd, 2005, the Bush administration had borrowed more from foreign nations than all previous administrations combined. From 1776 to 2000, 42 presidents borrowed a total of $1.01 trillion from foreign governments and institutions. From 2001 to 2005, the Bush administration alone borrowed $1.05 trillion. Where does this money go? The government designed by the people, for the people, has turned its back on us. Or have we turned our backs on it? They spy on us. They torture and imprison innocent civilians. Ask yourself, what's happening? Where are we headed? And would we be here today without 9/11?
Will somebody please tell us who's in charge? We need order. We can't stand this new world slaughter.
Okay, cool. So that was Loose Change. I hope you guys enjoyed that. It was cool showing you guys that because I haven't watched it in a while, but there definitely was some information that was missing that's in the other 1 or 2 or whatever it is. These guys continued on with this, so they kept going and finding more information. Yep. So got a little while longer to hang out. You guys have anything you guys want to say? Let me see what comments are saying. Dude, this guy just messaged me.
Sorry, trying to tap the screen and talking at the same time is hard.
No, it's okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was, right? No, dude, I appreciate you guys with all the likes. Yeah, it's for some reason it says 46.9. I mean, regardless, we were up higher than we've ever been, so I'm happy with that. I'm happy with you guys just giving me 1,000 likes. Shit, that's cool. It's so weird. Just a few months ago.
I took a screenshot where mine says 50K. You're officially at 50K.
Mine says 46.9. That's what mine. I'm just telling you what mine says.
Yeah, I think it's so weird that we always all have different numbers.
Yeah, it's so weird. Steak and potato sounds pretty good, or just steak. Just steak, like a steak salad. That sounds good.
Oh, steak sounds good. I like it from I don't know if you got like a Longhorn Steakhouse there.
Longhorn Steakhouse.
Yeah, Longhorn's pretty good.
Saltgrass
Yeah,
is
dude. A good old flank steak salad. Yeah, boy.
Do you like blue cheese crumbles? I like the blue cheese crumbles.
Steak fajitas. I'm doing burgers. I'm
Dang.
grilling today. I know. Look, man. So I don't really like blue cheese. I think it's evil. But like I can handle like I'm starting now that like, I'm like, okay, I can take like I don't want a big chunk by itself, but if it's like mixed in with stuff or whatever, I
So
can
hot
handle.
wings, no blue cheese. You're a ranch girl.
Yeah, I'm going ranch for my. Yeah, I'm going ranch for sure.
Babe,
Blue cheese.
do you base restaurants review like if you like say I'm not coming back to this restaurant because they don't have like fresh ranch?
Yeah, I mean, look, I just can't do blue cheese. That's all. I know I can't do that because it's nasty.
Blue cheese keeps me out.
It's nasty, man. It tastes like literally tastes like exactly what it is, mold, dude. And I was like, ugh.
No. Ryan Anderson
Yes.
poll. Who likes blue cheese? Who doesn't?
No, that shit is nasty as fuck, dude. Mm-mm. Mm.
Buffalo Wild Wings here in Vancouver. I love their wings.
That
Oh, I
mango
love them.
habanero.
Oh yes, that mango habanero hits, man.
Yeah.
Top tier favorites.
Yeah. The mango habanero, I literally will get a bottle or two
Oh,
of it and
it's
just put it on
good.
it tastes good on everything.
I'm
Dude,
not too good into barbecue though.
I can't eat barbecue makes me so sick
It
to my
does. It
stomach.
makes me the smell like makes me nauseous. Like if my
Yeah.
kids have anything barbecue chips or I'm like get out of here, get away from me. I don't know what it is, but
It has to be like a honey barbecue. Like we just did grilled chicken on the barbecue the other night, and we used this honey garlic barbecue sauce. It was really good.
See, and I'm the opposite way. If I'm gonna do a barbecue sauce, it's gotta be the smoky stuff that's just there for like a slight marinade, not like all slabbed and slothed up in like the sweet shit. I can't do that. Yeah,
I
that
feel like the barbecue like marinade and like the seasoning, barbecue seasoning.
right, barbecue seasoning, exactly, because there's difference between
That
barbecue
Kraft
sauce.
barbecue. No, barbecue sauce by Kraft. Heck no.
Shit. Well, guys, I got about maybe like 10 or 15 more minutes. Do you ladies want to say anything before we go? Because I'm gonna play some music before we get out of
No,
here. And
I'm gonna finish up supper.
okay,
Feed
cool.
my family. But have a great rest of your day, everyone.
Yes, everybody have a great day. I'm not going anywhere quite yet. I'm just letting you guys say bye to my panelists, my box, my thing. Bye bye, Casey. All right.
Bye, Casey.
She gone. See ya. Yeah, TikTok shop.
TikTok shop. TikTok shop.
All right, Quinn. All right, there we go. Okay, cool. I thought for some reason something else was going on there. All right, we got this going on. Let me take that comment off. Guys, don't forget to like, follow, share, subscribe. All of that is always great. Yeah, thanks for all the likes. You guys are seriously amazing. I hope that everybody enjoyed yourselves today. I want to give a shout out to Laura Lynn for the awesome super chat. Big shout out to Chris, Jetica, Jeff, and Crystal, Casey and Jordan, all my big mods across platforms. You guys do amazing stuff here. Between they're awesome. Between quote unquote security and just making sure that we keep the peace and all that and stuff, and also dropping those links is great. Keeping things posted, making sure I see questions and keeping in contact. You guys are awesome with that. I think we did really good teamwork today as far as mods you guys are concerned. I was able to have my screen completely filled over here and just know that it would be safe to not have to see the chat. Alrighty. Okay, so I'm gonna play some of my music. Yes, I am. But I always forget where it is. Yeah, I know you are, but you'll be alright. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Oh my god. Hey, I asked the question earlier. Oh, I know what the question was. I asked if you guys could speak any language, Like, just you pick a language and you just know it right off the bat. Like, you don't have to learn it, nothing. What language would you want to learn? What language would you speak instead of whatever language you speak now? Which is probably English. But it's crazy because it's always like you meet somebody from a different country and they can always understand you. But I would be so lost if I went to any other country. I'd be like, no Espanol. And they're like, bro, like I'm speaking like fucking Mandarin. I don't know. Arabic, Italian for me, sure, exactly. Arabic is cool. I'd want to be able to write in Arabic. I think that's beautiful. All right, let me open this up. You know what else has been driving me absolutely insane, guys? Is that I want you guys to hear this music in a way better way. And I'm trying to figure out how I can do that. Because you guys are getting ripped off. And I don't like that. Now, you can go listen to my music otherwise, but I'm trying to figure out a better way to stream it for you guys. That might work. I'll try that next time. Japanese. Let's see, what did you say? I would love all languages. I would love to learn all languages. Okay. Well, sign language, but sign language in what language though, Chris? I speak a good language and it's the best language. Let's just say that. All right. Let me not get into all that right now. Yo, what's up, Pink Cloud? Yeah, man, guys, you don't understand. I know people were like, "Yo, Bug, did you see it?" So, guys, if you guys talk to me and whatever, you guys have been in here watching stuff. I want your feedback on what you guys think how the lives are and stuff. I definitely like to hear your feedback. All right, so I need to share my page with you guys. Yeah, we'll do sound. Okay. So share that with you guys and put this up because he's cool. He's fun. I like him. All right. And today we'll do Hold Me Down. Tap the screen. Let's go. I gotta stand up, guys. Yeah. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cool. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cute. What can I say? What can I do? I just wanna spend my day every day right next to you. I don't wanna sound too desperate now, but I love the way I feel when you're holding me down. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cool. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cute. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cool. Even knowing all the things that you've been through, I still think you're super cute. What can I say? I need you, babe. I wanna see the fire burn in your eyes every day. I love the way you move. I love the way you sway. I love the way you shake that thing, make me go crazy. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be okay as long as we're together every end of every day. I don't wanna sound too desperate now, but I love the way I feel when you're holding me down. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cool. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cute. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cool. Even knowing all the things that you've been through, I still think you're super cute. Everything's alright. Everything's okay. Everything's alright. Everything's just great.
Everything's alright. Everything's okay. I don't wanna sound too desperate now, but I love the way I feel when you're holding me down. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cool. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cute. I don't know why you're so special. All I know is you're really cool. Even knowing all the things that you've been through, I still think you're super cute.
Hey, what's going on, YouTube? All right, just a few more minutes, guys. I'll hang out with you. I don't know what song I should do next. Dude, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with it. I really don't know what's wrong with it at all. I believe you guys. I really do. I believe you.
I can't breathe without you. Can't believe that I'm without you. Every time that I close my eyes, I dream about you. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. Yeah, the one that I love. My heart aches 'cause you're not by my side. This isn't the way we want to live our lives. Now I'm making the changes, yeah. I'm listening, you know we aren't strangers. Yeah, you know we are not. I see the look in your eye, the way that they shine so bright. 'Cause you know I'm your fire. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. I loved you all along. Lose your gravity in my arms. I loved you all along, to infinity and beyond. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love. What have we done to each other? You're the one that I love.
I'm trying to pick another song for you guys, YouTube. If you guys want to, you guys can go over to TikTok. I'm actually singing actually on there. Welcome in, everybody, guys. It's actually the end. Don't forget to watch the replay because today was amazing. Today was amazing. I'm gonna be changing the title and all of this so people will know to come in. I don't know what song. Yeah, 50K for real this time. I see 50K. Guys, we got the 50K on TikTok. Let's go. Yep. I know what time it is. All right, one more song and I'm getting out of here. Fuck it. Let's do Don't Worry, Shorty. When singing and stuff is because I get to leave an awesome live with the singer's high. There's nothing better than the singer's high. Damn it, I closed my my thing out. Hold on, I gotta turn this down for a second. All right, I'm actually gonna do one more for you guys. I don't know what, but we gonna do something. Okay, I'll do Shouldn't Love You, and I get the hell out of here. When I get my stuff set up, I'm going to thank you. When I get my when I'm allowed to use the TikTok studio again, yes, it is, Carrie. It is ending. When I get my studio set up, I'll play the live performance versions for you guys. So it's just like my backup vocals, my harmonies and stuff, and then it'll be me on top, whereas I'm singing with it. I am really singing, but just that'd be cool. It's not flawless. Actually, does look pretty good these days. It's crazy. And I don't have a filter on or anything like that. This is real.
You've done this too many times with me before, and I'm not really sure why we're standing here. I'll tell you one thing, you better not walk out that door. Cause if you do, and I'll be seeing much more clearly. Yeah. How could you do all these things to me? You make me so mad, you make me so sad, yet so happy. I really wish that you wouldn't leave. So please won't you, please won't you, please won't you stay right here with me? This is why I shouldn't need you. This is why I shouldn't feel you. This is why I shouldn't want you. This is why I shouldn't love you. Welcome home, welcome back. Stockholm Syndrome. 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 Butterflies and sunny skies, they all seem so wonderful. How could you do all these things to me? You make me so mad, you make me so sad, yet so happy. I really wish that you wouldn't leave. So please won't you, please won't you, please won't you stay right here with me? This is why I shouldn't need you. This is why I shouldn't feel you. I shouldn't feel you. This is why I shouldn't want you. I shouldn't want you. This is why I shouldn't love you. I shouldn't love you. Welcome home, welcome back. Stockholm Syndrome. Welcome home, welcome back. Stockholm Syndrome. Welcome home, welcome back. Stockholm
Stockholm Syndrome. Welcome to, welcome home, welcome back. Stockholm Syndrome.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, you guys, as always, are amazing. Thank you so much for jamming out with me. Thank you for all the likes. I can't believe it. We're actually almost at 54,000 likes. I can't believe it. YouTube, guys, thank you so much. All of my mods on both of my platforms. You guys are so amazing. Thank you so much. Again, Jetica, Chris, Jeff, Crystal, Casey, Jordan, you guys are all so amazing. Thank you, everybody that stopped by. Smiley Jen, thanks for all the likes. Thanks for all the gifts as well. No, don't do that to them. Yeah, Quinn, everybody, thank you so much, guys. I'm trying to remember everybody. Mama Bear, thank you for coming in. Angelica, thank you for coming in. Thank you for all the gifts. You guys are so amazing. You guys are just awesome. Tasha, thanks for coming in. Guys, don't forget to watch the replay, because the replay, we did cover the autopsy and all that, and we did that today before everybody else does it tomorrow. So that's what we're doing. So I'm going to stop sharing this with you guys, and we're gonna put this up. And you guys, as always, are amazing. I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you so much. And TikTok, I'll hang out with you guys for a couple more minutes. Well, at least as long as this lasts. See ya.